Thank you. You all may be seated. This time I would ask Mr. Dixon, our attorney, if he will call our first case of the day, 6418, please.
All right, case 6418, an application for a new Class C beer and wine license to be issued to Larry W. Stambaugh, Wesley S. Sensene, and Carol E. Smith for the use of Terra Rubra Lions Club, trading as Terra Rubra Lions Club, 6300 Middleburg Road, Keymar, Maryland, 21757 in Election District 10. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. Notice of public hearing dated October 28th, 2022. Notice of public hearing dated October 21st, 2022. There's a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Lisa Staley, Assistant Director, Health Department. This organization obtains temporary food permits for any food event. It is not licensed by the Health Department. There's a September 16th, 2022 letter from Joe Vance to Mr. Larry W. Stambaugh, Wesley S. Sensene, and Carol E. Smith. And then there is a application, and the application includes character references, criminal background information, a deed, floor plans, plot plans, MVA records. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. Gentlemen, before you testify in this case, we would ask that all those who intend to testify, please stand, raise your right hands, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance. So,
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
you may be seated. Gentlemen, before you testify, please state your full names and your address for the record and spell your last names. And just pull those microphones right close to you, so on and so forth. Larry, I assume you're gonna tell us why you want this license and so on and so forth?
Yeah, I'd be glad to. Terra Rubra Lions Club is a service organization. We're a 501(c) organization.
Larry, name.
State your name.
I'm sorry. Larry William Stambaugh, 7135 Keysville Road, Keymar, Maryland, 21757.
Thank you.
Welcome. Yeah, we request through the Health Department for food service permits and through the Liquor Board for temporary one-day beer permits. And speaking with the Liquor Board, they advised really back before COVID hit that maybe we would benefit from getting a permanent Class C beer and wine. We kind of tabled it during COVID because of hardships maybe to the club and doing fundraising projects. But anyhow, when we got back in business late last year and early this year, we re-entered the possibility of getting this. We decided to go forward with it. It will be cost effective to the Lions Club in the long run, and we think we've run a good ship. We monitor people there all the time. We have posted age limit signs. We monitor. We try to do whatever the county requests, whether it's the Liquor Board, Health Department. We've worked hand in hand through COVID, and we're ready to proceed with this if possible.
You don't have a commercial kitchen?
No. No.
Not a
We-
commercial?
No, all our people are volunteers. We originally discussed the possibility of doing a commercial kitchen. We decided against it, getting into more regulations that is maybe not cost effective, because we work on a limited basis. Basically, we do 8 to 10 fundraisers a year, and we don't think it's cost effective to. We have a lot of commercial equipment. Our coolers and everything is commercial equipment, but we didn't feel it necessary. We get into having to ask questions about insurances and all that, and we don't have it. So we didn't want to dwell too much into people's personal lives and make them feel uncomfortable as they're volunteering their time for the community anyway.
So you have to get each one of the crab feasts and so on and so forth, you gotta get an individual permit from the health department.
Yeah, they kind of blanketed recently where we can combine all the crab feeds into one, permit. They issue it for all the dates and those kind of things, yeah.
Doesn't cost for a permit, does it?
No, that doesn't cost, no. Beer permit, liquor board does charge.
I'm killing time here a little bit. George, if you got any questions, chime right in here.
I don't at this time.
How many events in the past, average-wise, have you served alcohol per year? 10, 12?
Yeah, you're right in the neighborhood of what it is, yes, yeah. We do 5 crab feeds, 2 oyster feeds, excuse me, a Daytona, a Daytona party, bingo and all. We don't serve alcohol. It's, 10 to 12 is a big number, yes.
And how do you monitor alcohol sales?
We check, we strip people, we check IDs, if necessary. We have not had one problem that we know of. About 8 years ago, I'm going to say, it's been a good while ago, don't hold me to that, 8 years, but we did have somebody we had to escort out of there. We felt they were drinking too much, and we just never had a problem. It's
So do you have someone at the door that checks on
yes,
people
we
that come in?
we check people.
And then you
yes.
use wristbands, or did you
Yeah,
say-
we use a red wristband to
Good.
to monitor. Yeah,
And you've only had one problem in the past.
yeah, and that was actually somebody that was of age, and
They were over intoxicated.
yeah, they was. We didn't know if it was drugs or alcohol, but anyhow, we didn't like where it was going, so we escorted them out.
And you three are on the license.
Yes,
You all understand that as the licensees, you're totally responsible for any liquor sales,
Correct,
conduct, and so on and so forth.
correct.
Are the 3 of you TIPS or TAM certified?
Is anybody TIPS or TAM certified?
no,
No,
You understand what that is?
no.
no.
It's a alcohol education program that says you've been educated on how to monitor the alcohol sales. So it would be probably an advantage for one of you, at least one of you, to be TIPS or TAM certified.
I think it's a requirement.
It's a requirement.
Yeah, it's a requirement.
Yeah, I mean, willing to do it. It's I am, but probably Scott's younger. He'd probably be willing to do it too. But we.
Take
I'm old enough that, and I've been in enough places. I know all the warning signals. I think
Yeah, but because it is required, one of you would have to take the course.
that's fine. One of it. Is it
Or it can be anybody in the business. It doesn't have to be a licensee.
Okay.
It can be anybody in the
now? Is
business.
that a course that's
Would be
given
any-
here,
not
or
the business,
where is the
anybody
course
in the
available at?
organization.
In the in the
They're-
organization.
I mean, business organization, yes, organization. It doesn't have to be the licensees.
Anybody in the club.
Anybody in the club.
Doesn't have to be the applicant. Right.
I mean, is it online? Is it an in-person class?
It's an in-person class, and we're going to be offering it soon, so we'll be in touch.
Okay.
So there's Also, a concern that this board often has about, do you accept vertical licenses, horizontal licenses? How do you distinguish when people are of age, as they come into your doors, things like that?
Yeah, we have the posted things right there beside of the alcohol core, and we use the same people at the door. They know, you know.
You have a policy about accepting vertical licenses?
Yeah, you don't do it, yeah.
You don't accept it, okay.
Yeah,
So if someone comes into the door of the club and they have a vertical license,
Right.
they don't get the wristband.
Right, yeah.
Is that for even Pennsylvania? Do you have Pennsylvania club members?
Yeah, we do have some Pennsylvania club members. We do
So
have.
they're able to have vertical license longer when they're of age than Maryland. So what would your policy be on the Pennsylvania vertical
Here
license?
again, you're checking the date. I mean, you know, you're checking the date. They understand the procedure to check the date to qualify. They understand the day of your birthday is important.
Okay. How many people do you usually have at these events?
We average 150 to 230, something like that now. Before COVID hit, our building code is 267, and we were probably averaging 240 to 250. A little less, a little more people are uncomfortable with coming in.
So in your floor plan, I didn't see that there's an actual bar area.
No, there is no bar area. No, there,
So-
we're not selling alcohol. It's part of the ticket to get into a function that alcohol is served. Yes, we have never taken $1 for alcohol.
So it's a one set fee for their ticket,
Right, includes
and it's all
food and drink.
All you can drink.
Yeah. And we monitor that, like I say, one time we had to take somebody, and I don't know that I've missed any functions in the last 10 years, but we've had one incident. We're pretty fortunate, really, but everything in our functions is a 3-hour time limit. So if they're eating and somebody really has to be getting out of control in 3 hours. It's not like they're hanging around. You know, I was young once too. You hang around the bar a little too long. That doesn't happen there.
Okay.
So Mr. Benfer, looking at a timeline, obviously
Well, I think you're covered right now with one-day licenses through the end of the year, correct?
Yeah.
And your NASCAR one is
February.
March?
Well, our first one next year will be Oyster Feed, January the 28th. We have our calendar out. Our first time next year will be January the 28th. Yeah.
Well, hopefully we will be up and running this class before then.
Yeah.
But if not, I can touch base and we can find someone who can teach this class for you.
Okay. Yeah.
so you're looking for the license come the turn of the year.
Yes, really. Yes.
You're covered until then.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I think it would be wise, if it's possible, for at least 2 or 3 of you members to take either a TIPS or TAMS class, or we're in the process of getting a class instructor approved by either our inspectors to be able to offer the class itself. I think it would be advantageous to you in other ways, not only serving alcohol, but you have 125 to 225 people there, and sometimes it's more than just actually handling alcohol and fake IDs and so on and so forth. It's, what, 2 hours?
3 hours.
3 hours. 3 hours if you have a strict instructor. If you have a experienced instructor, sometimes it's not 3 hours. But anyway,
There is a test at the end too, so pay attention to your strict instructors.
but it's, you know, it's not like you had calculus or geometry or something like that in school. Any other questions, gentlemen?
No.
Is it a common sense test?
It's a common sense test.
We'll be on it.
I wouldn't go that far.
No, you wouldn't go that far.
I mean, there's questions about alcohol consumption and blood alcohol content.
okay.
You might be able to host one at your place too.
Oh, okay.
It's an option too.
Okay.
But we're trying to do one a month in this building, and then one a month someplace else if someone wants to host one.
Hey, we have the building.
Larry?
But you're in the boonies too, but that's,
Do you have anybody in the club who is in the restaurant business or management or anything like that
No, not at the present time.
at the present time?
No, you guys know, I can't think of
You're right, they
anybody.
may already be certified.
No.
Well, it's,
I mean, we've kind of been in it, you know, as the volunteer organization, you know. I've been there a good while. Scott and Carol's been there several years.
well, you might have someone that works at a restaurant.
We have somebody that has past restaurant experience, but they haven't been there. I mean,
I mean, the same, they might be someone that might already have this training too.
probably we do. Susan Cox, yeah, she probably does have it. What about
Wendy's,
Wendy? Yeah,
Wendy's a
Wendy works.
waitress at
Wendy's a worker.
Clarksburg, but she doesn't, she's only there like on Friday evenings.
who?
His wife.
His wife
My
is
wife.
she works at Buttersburg Inn.
But they don't have,
Part-time.
alcohol.
They don't have alcohol.
They don't have
No.
alcohol.
No.
But Susan Cox is a member, in fact, she's past president, and she's moving on up to Maryland district governor. She does have past restaurant experience and serving alcohol experience. We've had her there at different times. During COVID, we actually, working with the health department, we physically handed the beer to people. They suggested we do that, so it wasn't where you could go to the cooler door and get yourself a beer and somebody else was checking you. She actually handed the alcohol to them.
So the way it works now, there's a cooler of beer and people go and get it themselves?
Yeah, we kind of monitor that. Yeah, we have very observant people that's watching what's going on. We just come out of a crab feed and we keep our prices low, but we have people that's in the crowd and they knew somebody was trying to bag some crab legs and stuff to take home. So yeah, we don't intrude on anybody's rights, but we run a decent ship, I think.
The reason I asked you that is it possible that, I don't know about Susan, but somebody, maybe a waitress or has been a waitress or something like that, would be very familiar with TIPS or TAM's course, so
Yeah.
you could.
We'll put it out to the club. We'll find somebody. You know, like I say, we'll probably get a couple of us to do it. I do have one question, I guess. Scott's young, but Carol and I is a little older. This license gets in our name. What happens down the road?
License, excuse me, the license is issued to you three, okay? That can be subject to change according to the wishes of the licensee.
Okay.
What I mean by that, as a business changes, a restaurant changes, we're gonna have a couple discussions here today where there's a change of licensee. People move, sell business, and so on and so forth. So an application is made for a new licensee. And it's no different from what you all would do as any other
Is
restaurant.
that what you see sometime as a transfer?
Now,
Dave, it's actually different for Class Cs.
Their club.
That's what I was gonna get into. Ms. Vance will explain to you, Class C licenses are a little different than the others. She can go ahead and explain to them what.
Every year when you renew, there'll be a form in there for the 3 officers of the club. And you guys don't have to come back before the board, you just write in if the officers change.
Okay,
You just write their names in and then they become the licensee.
okay, okay, yeah.
See, it's a little different. It's rather informal because of the license is not issued to everybody. You have certain requirements to get a Class C, a D, so on and so forth. And most of those are to fraternal organizations, fire companies, and so on and so forth. Thus, we know that the officers change and so on and so forth. And as she just pointed out, that's the procedure.
Okay,
Otherwise, for a Class B license, a restaurant license, or something like that, you just do what I explained, which we're gonna have some questions here today from change of ownership.
right,
and so
okay.
forth. Any questions, gentlemen?
I don't have any.
Dr. Benford, you have any comments?
The only major change, another major change you might see is you can only buy an alcohol through a distributor now.
Okay.
So you need to contact
So,
and/or
okay, I understand that. Okay.
you get a cheaper price.
Yeah, it's a little inconvenience, but yeah, because there isn't somebody there all the time.
I know, I mean,
I deal with that all the time.
but, but get a bulk order.
I can no longer go to the liquor barn, in other words.
No, no.
Okay,
If you do, there could be
okay,
change of license.
okay.
Gotta buy it from the distributor.
We actually done that one time. We tried it. It was such an inconvenience, offloading. Those guys never know the time that they'll be there for sure. But so we decided it wasn't worth a couple bucks you save, but we do what we have to do.
Yeah, it's not like when, Joe, what's his name, Keith? He was probably for both, all your times. I can't think of his name. His wife's got a horse farm off of Taylorsville Road.
I'm lost. I don't know what you're talking
Joe. Hank Stram had the distributorship on Deer Park Road and so forth. Those guys were local distributors, and now you
Oh,
got.
for wineries and, I mean, you only do beer, right?
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, this license will allow you could sell wine.
Yeah, we never got into much wine. I
I
mean,
mean, they make miniature bottles of wine.
yeah, no. We strictly, our functions are geared to beer. Public functions, yes.
Bolingbrook, you might want to contact Bolingbrook down the street from you. They get their alcohol through a distributor too.
Okay, okay. They go right by there.
I know, I mean, I'm
when
saying,
I'm
right-
mowing, I still see them go by, so,
Yeah,
you know.
I mean,
yeah.
so there might be some, you might be arrange something.
Yeah, yeah, okay. We can probably work it out.
Well, I'm closer than you.
Yeah.
so I could,
Carol has a lot of free time too. He's gotten older, so.
Is it do you handle canned beer or draft beer?
Can,
Cans.
All cans?
all cans.
It's
We
in
went,
coolers, they just reached in and grabbed
yeah,
that.
we went away from draft years
I haven't
ago.
been there for a long time.
Yeah.
That's-
Yes.
Okay, gentlemen, any questions?
yes, sir.
None.
Any final comments, Larry?
You guys think anything? You want to say anything? No,
So you were saying
Just
to go to this
state
class.
your name and address.
Oh, I'm
first.
sorry. Carol Edward Smith, 210 Bucher John Road, Union Bridge, Maryland. Greetings to you, Mr. Brawling. I remember you from 4-H. You had Holstein cattle and I showed Guernseys.
I won't hold that against you.
Anyway, as far as going to this class, Larry said about Scott being younger, and I mean, I would be willing to attend it, but like Larry said, he and I are older, but Scott could maybe be the transition and train the rest of us or whatever, you know. That's what I was saying.
It's a good idea, but anybody in the club
Can go,
can go, just,
yeah.
We'll probably bring, do I have to say my name again?
No.
We'll probably bring more than one. We'll probably bring,
some of you old guys ain't got nothing to do like me.
yeah, we'll probably bring a couple old guys and a couple younger. We've picked up some new younger members that's very good members, and they want to learn. So this is part of learning. As we get older, it has to go down to somebody. So Scott's kind of leading that parade as one of the younger guys, but he's been there a good while. But we have other young people we've just taken aboard. So we'll probably bring in 3, 4 maybe.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
No, yeah.
Or
I
you
mean,
can come up to our place if you want to do a class. That's okay.
This is all brand new for us too, so
Okay.
this is,
We're pretty easy to work with.
I mean, we're getting it done. Worst case scenario, I'll bring someone in from the outside and we get it done for you.
Okay.
Just
Appreciate
a
it.
good idea to have whoever's taking the courses to be someone who is probably going to be at the events.
Right, yes, I agree, yeah, understand.
And this course, the training lasts for 4 years. You expire after 4 years.
Okay. It's a 3-hour course, did I? Okay.
Well, that's the goal right now. We'll see when we actually teach it.
I do 3-hour real estate classes, but I don't have to pass the test. We'll be fine.
Any other questions?
No.
Hearing none, the testimony and evidence and so forth is all closed. And we'll now deliberate the validity and so forth of whether they have a valid reason and are fit and proper to hold a alcohol Class C license.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think clearly these gentlemen are fit and proper. They're very involved in their community. They do a lot of volunteer work. They do a lot of good things. Lions Club does a lot of good things. So I think that they're men of character, and I think that's not a question for us. I also believe from the testimony that they will, if granted this license, will operate it in a very responsible sense. They, I think, understand our concerns about underage drinking and also over drinking. And I think they knew that before they even walked in the door. So, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, I just elevated you. Those are my thoughts. I would like to hear from my fellow commissioner, and but I would be in favor of granting the application.
I agree with everything that Commissioner Barnhart just stated. I think these 3 gentlemen are fit and proper to hold this liquor license. They've already had these events before, and they seem like they've been very, very responsible with having them. They've only had 1 incident in all the years that they've been doing this, and they took care of that incident, and I applaud them for that. So, with all that said, I can make a motion, Chairman, if it's okay with you.
It's okay with me.
I'm making a motion to approve the new Class C beer wine license to be issued to Larry W. Stomball and Wesley S. Sensini and Carol E. Smith for the use of Terra Ruba Lions Club, trading as Terra Ruba Lions Club, 6300 Middleburg Road, Keymore, Maryland, 21757 in Election District 10. With just one stipulation that one person becomes TIPS or TAM certified within your club,
At least.
at least.
That will happen,
I'm sure it'd be more than one.
yeah.
I will second that motion.
Motion's been made and properly seconded that this commission approve the application for a Class C beer and wine license to be issued to Larry W. Stanball, Wesley W. S. Cincinnati, and Carol E. Smith for the use of Terra Ruba Lions Club, trading as Terra Ruba Lions Club. Any further discussion on the motion?
No, sir.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. So ordered. The ayes have it. Congratulations, gentlemen. Now, just tell these people, 2 of us up here are Lions, so we are kind of familiar, but just tell us how many scholarships and community donations and so forth that you all serve up there in Terra Ruba.
We have great support from our communities. We put all our money back in the communities. We serve Francis Scott Key, and we cross, some of our members are from Frederick County, so we cross into Frederick County, and we consider Walkersville in our scholarship program. We give a minimum of $2,000 every year, or a combination of more than one scholarship to reach $2,000. We do a bingo to support that fund strictly. That fund has some revenue in it to support it for a while. Other functions we do anything in the community, past things we've done, and we're not looking for an emergency. Years ago, there was a fire in Kemar. The Lions actually went out there and just about rebuilt the entire house. Myself, I remember Agnes in '72. I was a young Lion at that time. I left the Lions Club because of other family obligations for a while. I come back. But in '72, I shoveled mud in Detour a foot deep out of homes. We're there for all those kind of disasters. We just support anything in the community. We do a lot in vision, as the Lions up there would know. We're the top contributor in our district for site conservation. We contributed, I think, around $7 grand last year to that service alone. And some of that goes to disaster relief also when you have floods other places. It goes all over the world. But we support all the national things, all the things we're supposed to, but we're very much there for anything that comes up in that community. And we have members not only from Middleburg or Kemar, as the zip code relates to. Our members come in from New Windsor, Westminster, Tawnytown, Union Bridge, crossing into Lordstown, whatever, over in Frederick County to Woodsboro, Walkersville. We're kind of a hub, and we're kind of proud of it because we sit real close to the Frederick County line. But we work real well with everybody, and we're just so grateful for the community supports us, and we put it back.
How many members do you have now?
We have 61, I think, right now. We're the second largest club, I think, in Carroll County right now. We're a light hearted club where you come and you have fun. You have to when you're hunting volunteers to do the projects we do. They have to have fun. We just work together. We had a special 50th anniversary there Sunday afternoon, and so many of the people commented to me about how well it just gets done, and everybody works so good together, and we're so proud of that function with the people we have.
I might add that we support veterans.
Yes, big.
We take money, $500 down every year to Martinsburg. Wreaths Across America, we have 4 cemeteries we're supporting this year, 211 grave sites with the wreaths, and we got all sponsors and donations for that. We do for shut-ins for the holidays. We take groceries or whatever around to them, so we're very supportive of the community.
Wes, you haven't said a word. Is these guys telling the truth?
Yes. I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Well, gentlemen, on behalf of the Board of License Commissioners, congratulations on all the efforts and all the good work that you put in for the community, and we wish you best success with these licenses and continued success. I know it's a lot of hard work, and it's a volunteer organization, and you do great jobs up there.
We thank you.
Thank you.
If you have any questions at any time, don't hesitate to contact our office, our inspectors, Ms. Vance, our attorney. Any questions anytime that we can be of assistance to you, that's what our staff's here for, so Congratulations and good luck, continued good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. It's been a pleasure working through Joe to get this done. We had a couple things we didn't realize what we were getting into quite in detail, but Joe led us through it. As always, I've dealt with Joe a whole lot getting individual one-day license, and we appreciate what Joe and Keith has done. And Keith kind of led us to this direction. We wasn't looking to go there, but he kept telling us, hey, you guys can save some money in the long run and keep it in the community. So that's what we're doing, and we thank you.
Thank you all. We'll see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next scheduled case is a few minutes away. You all received a copy of the minutes, and you have a copy there before you. Are there any corrections or additions to the minutes?
I have none.
Hearing none,
And you can always do here.
they'll stand approved as presented. Miss Joe, I guess the only thing under new business that we can discuss at this time would be a request from Sergio's to get a corkage permit.
They apparently have customers coming in who want to bring a special wine from time to time.
We have a letter.
We'll bring it up to the club. I'm sure.
It's like a BYOB, bringing their own wine in?
Well,
Kind of. I mean,
yeah, I mean, you know, we have Antrim and one other place that has corkage permits, so.
yeah. I haven't really seen many since I've been on the board.
Yeah.
They are very few and far
The
between.
first one I've seen.
Do we have a rule number?
I'll have something lined up. If I can't do it, I'll get someone.
I don't think so. I think it's state code.
Yeah, I don't think we have a rule in our book for that.
Yeah, okay.
This is the first one I've seen.
So Antrim has it. Is it on their license or is it?
Yeah, it actually says, I mean, there's no cost or anything.
Right.
They just have to have permission.
So it's not even
Hey, Larry?
authorized?
Who's the licensee on Sergio's?
Sergio's?
Yeah.
Rick,
Stoltz. Is that it? Stoltz?
Stoltz is,
Rick Stoltz, yes.
he's the owner, he's the licensee?
Yes. He's the owner. I think his wife's actually a licensee. I mean, one of these times when we go in there for lunch, we can take a look at the license.
Let's see this.
That'll be your assignment for next week.
Yes, I need a. Hello.
So it is.
Joe, Wind Me Up didn't have one of those, did they, on theirs when they were open?
No. There is another place, but I can't remember right now.
Yeah, I thought there was too, but
What?
How about your cousin or
There's
something? She got such a
another
thing?
place besides Antrim that
She sells
already
it.
has a corkage permit.
I mean,
I don't know, I just.
yeah, all she does is sell wine.
they
think
don't
it's
do it
Caroline
there,
Canton.
though,
No,
do they?
not County
yeah.
Line.
they do?
Yeah, but they only
I
drink
like
what she
that,
sells.
and,
Oh, okay.
Country Cork,
County Court.
County Cork.
County
County
Court.
Court, yeah.
I was gonna say Oscars, but it's down, I knew it was down Ellsworth, but yeah, that's,
Do I need to sign this?
Yeah, well, just put a squiggle down in the,
So it's,
doesn't Maggie's?
No.
Okay.
are we still discussing the corkage?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So
Olson, thank you.
someone can bring an unopened wine to one of our licensees after they receive written permission from us, and that permission is actually stated on their license that hangs
It
on?
just says corkage permit.
Okay, so it's a permit that we issue and just gets put on their license that gets hung on the wall?
And of course, it's only wine,
Uh-huh.
and they have to decant it for the patrons,
Licensee does.
yes.
Employee of the licensee.
Well, yeah.
I don't have any problem with it. We already have
I
a
don't
couple.
either. It sounds like a rare
Yeah, it
thing,
is.
fairly,
It's usually for the higher end
wines.
company, restaurants.
Oh, restaurants.
It doesn't, like, someone brings a special wine, that's, because they usually charge a fee to do it.
And will there be a fee charged here, do we know?
Don't know.
Well, I mean, just on the face of what we had before, so I have no problem with it.
Yeah, I don't either.
Okay?
Whose name's on the request?
Rick Stoltz?
Okay.
And this is the only other thing that Catherine's cause invitation.
That's at Episcopal Church, Crosstown Courthouse. I think.
Ascension Church, yes, across from the court.
December 1st, 7 to 9.
What time is it?
It's 7 to 9.
December the 1st, 7 to 9.
That's what you attended with me last year.
Yeah, I went with you last year. I'd probably go this year if you need somebody to go with you.
Yeah, I mean, anybody's welcome to attend.
Cindy spoke to me at another event where I saw her and said that the invitation would be forthcoming and invited all of us.
And what will happen at the event? Just, is it normal?
Yeah, it's just, there's a lot of people.
Is
that-
there standard, or is this something
People
different?
talk, a lot of people give speeches and talk about it at the Catherine's cause.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is this, they have it on a regular basis, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying, is this a special event that they're having, that they invited us to?
This
or-
is an
Annually.
annual.
Annual, it's annual, yeah.
And- Okay,
Yeah, they remember everybody was killed
yeah,
in a car crash, and then,
that's what this is, yeah, okay, right.
and then they light candles for everybody in previous years.
Yeah, I've.
It is a very sobering experience.
That's-
Yeah. I attended something similar with the drug
Yeah,
overdoses.
right, it's the same.
Incidentally, since you mentioned that, I don't know if you all know
Linda?
Linda Auerbach. Linda has been in charge of the county health department's drug prevention and so on and so forth, and made some videos and so forth that have gotten national attention and so forth. Linda is retiring from the health department December the 1st, and they are having a reception Sunday, no,
I thought it was tomorrow.
Thursday, tomorrow, at the Elks from 4 to 7, I think it is. If anybody would like to drop by and wish her well, and so on and so forth. Asked for an RSVP, but I'm sure that she would be happy to see anybody that stop by and wish her well. She's quite a lady, she is. All right, we're going by my watch. My watch says it's 10:45. So at this time, I would ask Mr. Dixon to call case 6420, please.
All right, case 6420, an application for a new Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to Jason Chang for the use of Ezekiah, Western Maryland, or WM LLC, trading as Ezekiah, 530 Jermar Lane, Westminster, Maryland, 21157, in Election District 7. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. Notice of public hearing, October 28th, 2022, and October 27th, 2022, letter from Kelly Schaefer Miller to the board. And then there's an application, and the application contains comment memos, character references, notice of hearing, menu, MVA records, CGIS records, workman's comp insurance, SDAT information, a floor plan, operating agreement, plot plans, other licensed establishments, SDAT information, financial information, and a lease. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. This time I'd ask all those who intend to testify in the case, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may be seated. At this time, Ms. Kelly, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Kelly Schaefer Miller, 73 East Main Street, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. I will also take this opportunity briefly to introduce our new business partner at the firm, Matt Herf, who's here observing. So you won't hear from him. Don't worry, he's not here in opposition, but I just wanted to introduce you and let you know who he is and why he did not take the oath this morning.
Well, he looks like an attorney, but he also looks like a tax collector or something like that, so I thought, we're off the hook.
Well, at least he's not here in the second capacity.
Promise I'm not here for that purpose.
Thank you for the introduction of the file by Mr. Dixon. I am here today representing Izakaya. I have Mr. Jason Chang present and seated to my left. This is an application for a new restaurant license. Izakaya, the location of Izakaya is in the 140 Village Shopping Center, kind of catty corner across from the entrance of Libertories. If you recall, there used to be another restaurant there as well. This is a new restaurant operation there. They did open for a limited period of time and have been going through some permitting things through the county. So currently it's closed, and we understand that any approval by this board today would be conditioned on finalizing all of the permit approvals through the county. When we initially applied for this application, we did not yet have a building occupancy count. So we applied for this license as a Class B beer, wine, liquor. The occupancy number actually came in at 49 people. So we amended the application to a Class B beer, wine license. So I just wanted to clarify that, depending on, there was a supplemented application filed, but I just wanted to make sure that as you're reviewing the file, it's clear that the application has been for a Class B beer, wine license.
Yeah, I see that. You had two applications in here, so, but the recent one is beer wine.
Yes, that's correct. Yes. So with that, I would call Mr. Chang. Mr. Chang, can you please state your name, spelling your last name, and your address for the record?
Jason Chang, last name spelled C-H-A-N-G. Address is 816 Herman Way, Sykesville, Maryland, zip code 21784.
Mr. Chang, are you a registered voter and taxpayer in Carroll County?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Chang, you can hold that mic closer to you.
Make sure that you're speaking into the mic so that we hear everything you say and it gets picked up. Okay. Mr. Chang, you heard my introduction of the case. Is it accurate that you have applied to this board for a Class B beer, wine license for a new restaurant?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and where is the location of this restaurant?
It's located on 530 Germer Lane, Westminster, Maryland, zip code 21157.
And is that in the existing 140 Village Shopping Center?
Yes, it is.
Is it correct that there was previously another restaurant there?
Yes,
Okay. But that restaurant has closed and this will be a new operation, is that accurate?
correct.
And are you leasing the same space that was the previous restaurant?
Yes, I am.
Have you, so you heard again in my opening that this location did open initially without a liquor license as you went through this process. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. And do you understand that you have to have received all required county permits before this board would actually issue your license if approved here today?
Yes,
Okay. As part of your application, did you provide a copy of the anticipated menu for this location?
yes, I did.
Okay. Is it do you anticipate that that could change here and there with menu items, ingredient accessibility, and that sort of thing?
Yes, I do expect some changes.
Okay. The floor plan that you provided for this application, now initially, this application was for a Class B beer, wine, and liquor, and now is for a Class B beer, wine. But can you explain the general service of these tables at the, shown on the floor plan? Is it, are waitresses and waiters provided? Do they walk up to a bar? Explain how service occurs.
This is a sit-down, family-friendly style restaurant where we will have staff members such as waiter or waitresses that will be walking around to each table and providing our best customer service that we can. So each table will be fully taken care of with hospitality in mind, with full-on service and engagement and interactive with both customers and our staff members.
And can you describe what your role will be in this business?
I'm the supervising manager and / owner, so I'll be on the floor both with interacting and engaging with our guests that will be dining in, as well as making sure that my staff are well trained and following store policies as well as county and state laws in maintaining a safe working environment and a clean working environment to serve to our guests.
Is this your full-time job?
Yes, it is.
And do you have any experience in the industry in serving alcoholic beverages?
Yes, I do.
Can you just generally describe to the board your industry experience in the restaurant industry?
I've been in the restaurant industry for about 18 years. I've held liquor licenses over time for about 10 or 11 years. My first liquor license I held was located in Clarksville, Maryland, out in Howard County. I was 21 years at the time. My first liquor license, and I took full responsibility of my parents' restaurants as well as other restaurants that came along the way throughout my years.
In that capacity, do you have individual experience in the serving of alcoholic beverages?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you just generally explain what experience you have?
I've been TIPS and TAM certified. I've also taken multiple classes for alcohol awareness as well as Serve Safe certification in operating in a restaurant. I'm also was part of the Bartenders Guild in Baltimore. To join this guild, it requires a lot of not just knowledge in bartending, but also safety concerns while operating in any type of restaurant or bar scene in the city of Baltimore. So it's not something that can be easily joinable. But with experience-wise, I've been taught by many great mentors as well as hands-on experience in many of my stores that I've operated in.
In your experience as part of the Baltimore City Bartenders Guild, were you involved in the service at locations that were very crowded and difficult to monitor patrons?
Yes. In the Bartenders Guild, how this guild works is it's not a set location for bartenders to gather. It's more like selected locations on a weekly basis. So we've operated in small bars. We also operated in very large, overcrowded bars. Some examples would be the Mediterranean Sea Bar, the Bygone. These are all located at the Four Seasons in Baltimore. So these are very crowded, heavy traffic bars, as well as other small, busy bars located in Canton Square and throughout the streets of Boston Street.
Approximately how many employees do you anticipate having at this location?
At Izakaya 6A, I anticipate having anywhere between 7 to 10 employees. This includes both the kitchen and the front end.
In your role at Izakaya, will you be responsible for the hiring and training of employees?
I'm the sole person responsible for hiring and training employees.
Will you require every manager to be TIPS or TAM certified?
Yes.
And do you also have an in-house training policy that all of your employees are required to participate in?
Yes.
As part of that policy, have you discussed or have you made a decision on whether you will or will not accept vertical IDs?
We will not accept vertical IDs.
Do you anticipate having signage in the restaurant related to your service of alcoholic beverages?
Yes, we'll have signage posted both at the front of the storefront, as well as around the store back and near the bar area.
As part of your in-house training, do you also specify and go through all of this board's rules and regulations with your staff?
Yes, we will be. We also have a copy of the Carroll County rules and policies in regards to the liquor board at our bar.
Have I made you aware of Carroll County's what we call the state's attorney's diversion program that this board participates in with the state's attorneys?
Yes, you have.
Okay. And do you have a plan to train your employees and ensure that they're notified of that program?
This will be included in our training to let them know that they are also liable for any issues upcoming. This is also very similar to the rules and regulations set by Baltimore City Liquor Board as well.
And as part of your in-house training, do you offer your employees some copy of policies that they then acknowledge as part of that training?
Yes, they all have to sign a policy acknowledging all the rules and regulations that are set by not my company, but also by me to be employed in our restaurant.
And is that something that, as time progresses, if things change, you reevaluate and increase the training in certain areas or revise according to any updates by this board?
Yes.
Now, this application has been filed with the name Izakaya WM LLC. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And are you a member of Izakaya WM LLC?
Yes, I am.
What percentage of ownership interest do you hold in Izakaya?
10%.
Okay. And can you please explain the other members of Izakaya?
One sole other member, his name is Kam Yu Wang, or goes by Edward Wang.
Okay. And do you have a previous relationship with Edward? Do you know him? Do you find him to be a trustworthy business partner?
He is a trustworthy business partner. He is also the CEO of our restaurant group that we represent.
And I have explained to you, and you understand, that although this application includes Izakaya WM LLC, that you are individually responsible to this board, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you realize that this board will look to you in the event of any issues, any reason to notify you or communicate with you, correct?
Correct.
Have you made yourself familiar with this board's rules and regulations packet that you spoke about as that little book?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And are you willing to comply with all of those regulations?
Yes, I will.
Those are my only questions of Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang, I have a question. Are you going to have a card-all policy, or are you going to have a certain age, cutoff age for you card?
For our card-off policy, we don't accept vertical IDs, even if you're above the age of 21. As long as it's a vertical ID, we do not accept it. If, for example, a military personnel came in with a military ID, we do accept those, but I will personally be the one to double-check the dates on that. I will not allow my staff members to double-check the dates on those.
Okay, so my question actually is, your carding policy, is it going to be a card all? Do you card everyone? Or is it a certain age that someone look like they're 40 or
We will
or under
be
40?
We will be carding everyone. This is how I train my staff. Everyone that looks questionable, if they're not graying in hair or balding, if you have to second guess yourself, then please card them. The moment your mind says, is he old enough or is she old enough, you have to card that individual.
Okay, so you're kind of leaving it up to the server, right?
To the server, but usually a good way I could explain to them is if they don't look over 60, then you have to card them.
Okay, so it's not going to be a card-all policy then?
Yes.
Okay.
Any questions?
Mr. Chang, you said that you once were on a, I believe you said this, a liquor license in Howard County?
Yes.
And that was a family restaurant?
I was on a family restaurant, a restaurant outside of the family, as well as a liquor store as well.
Okay. So you've been on 3 separate liquor licenses,
Yes, correct.
and you never had one revoked,
Never.
never suspended?
Never. Clean record, no violations.
That's great.
Do you have another restaurant other than the Izakaya right now?
Personally own, no, but I do manage, telemanage when I am not at, well, when I'm not at those locations, I telemanage because I also have a management team that directly reports to me for all problems at our other locations.
What is a yakitori bar?
Yakitori bar is a Japanese-style barbecue grill bar. What it is think of like street barbecue, but brought into a restaurant establishment. Barbecue on a food cart, in a sense.
It's on a food cart.
Yes.
Okay. And when you're, strike that, how often do you intend to be on the premises?
When we were in operation, when we were open, I was there 6 days a week, and we were open 6 days a week.
And is that what you intend to, going forward, that's your presence at the restaurant will be similar?
Yes, correct.
Will you be open, will Izakaya be open 6 days a week or 7 days a week? Or
Once we have our full license, once we have our liquor license and our kitchen reevaluated and re-prepared, and once we receive all our permits, we are planning on open 7 days a week.
And when is that?
Hopefully within the next 2 months.
When you say liquor license, we're just talking about beer and wine?
Yes, just beer and wine.
And I think you testified that you're currently TIPS or TAM certified. Your alcohol management training is up to date?
Yes.
I think, I missed it, but I think you already said, how many employees do you say you're planning to have? 7 or 8? Is that what you said?
7 to 10 total.
7 to 10? And what will your hours of operation be?
Hours of operation will be from 12 p.m. to 9 p.m.
7 days?
7 days, yes.
When you get that point?
Yes.
How many other restaurants will you be managing?
I currently telemanage 7 other restaurants.
And they're located in the Baltimore, Washington area?
D.C., Maryland, Virginia.
I assume they're all similar type restaurants?
I specialize in Asian restaurants, so Japanese, and then I telemanage a team that specializes in something called Urban Hot Pot. So it's a Chinese-style shabu-shabu soup restaurant, if that makes sense.
No, but it's all right.
The soup part they got.
And I probably missed this. So do you have a separate business, a company that does the restaurant managing, or do you have ownership interest in these other restaurants?
So I am just a regional manager supervisor for a restaurant group, and my goal, my priorities and responsibilities is managing storefronts. That's my specialty. I also have a lot of knowledge in the store back end as well, in the kitchen scene. But my main purpose right now is, one, the location at Izakaya 68, and then I also manage teams that I've set up at other locations.
So my question is, do you have ownership interests in these other restaurants, or are you just a manager?
Just a manager, no ownership interest.
That's pretty fair amount of work that you're allowed on your plate.
I've been raised in a scenario where, even though I have managed 7 stores, under one person, I had more job responsibilities than I have currently in this company. So I believe you guys have probably dealt with my parents. They own the Katana Sushi located in Eldersburg. I believe they were here for a liquor board meeting possibly 2 years ago, give or take. If you've gotten to know them, my parents are a very strict group of restaurant owners. They've been doing this for almost 35, 36 years. I've been trained to be from the best. I've also worked under an apprenticeship under 2 Michelin star chefs throughout my years as well. So, and their training and their regimen are much more strict than what this company or these 7 restaurants can provide for me.
Well, I am familiar with Katana and your parents, and they're wonderful people, and just
Thank you.
Any other questions, this
No,
gentleman?
I don't have any.
Hearing none, you may proceed.
Thank you. I would conclude my testimony of Mr. Chang, and I would call 2 character witnesses. If you guys want to, why don't you just both sit right up there in front of microphones at the same time?
Now, when you call 2 character witnesses, are they character witnesses for this gentleman, or are they characters?
I don't know enough about them to answer the second of that, but they are character witnesses for this gentleman. I will say that much. I would first call Mr. David Chang. David, can you please state your name, spelling your last name, and address for the record?
Full name is David Chang. Last name I spell Chang. Current home address is 11624 Norwich Lane, Ellicott City, Maryland. Zip code will be 210042.
And how do you know Jason?
This is my older brother.
And how long have you known Jason?
My whole life.
Do you find him, you've heard all of his testimony here today, do you find Jason to be a fit and honest person to hold a liquor license?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the location of Izakaya?
Yes.
Do you believe that it will be a benefit to have a restaurant with a liquor license at that location?
Yes.
Those are my only questions, Mr. David
Questions,
Chang.
gentlemen?
I don't have any.
I have no questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Since he is your older brother, as you have grown up, he didn't beat up on you, did he?
No. He's a very good brother.
Did he pay you to say that?
Absolutely not. If anything, I haven't been home for quite some time either, but even though when I've been overseas for 5 years, he still holds to his standards, and he has taken care of my youngest brother and my family.
Good.
All right, I would next call, I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name.
It happens.
Yanar Guzman? Yes, kind of? Okay. Can you please state your name, spelling your last name, and address for the record?
I think I might have to spell my first name too.
Yes.
So my name is Yener Josue Guzman Barrios. My address is 14200 Oakville Street, Rockville, Maryland, zip code 20853. First last name spelled Guzman. Second last name spelled Barrios. And if you need me to spell it
The
first,
second last name again?
Barrios. And his first name spelled Yener.
Right. Mr. Guzman, how long have you known Jason?
Almost 4 years.
And in what how do you know Jason?
I known him originally. I worked for him as a line cook in the Rockville location where I currently reside, and then from there I moved over to Howard County, or not moved over, but started working in the Howard County location where I currently work as his assistant manager.
And you've heard Jason's testimony here today. Do you find him to be a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
Yes.
Are you familiar with where Izakaya is located? Yes. Okay. Do you believe that it will be a benefit to the public to have a restaurant with a license at that location?
Yes.
Okay. Those are my only questions of Mr. Guzman.
Any questions, gentlemen?
No, I have no questions.
I have none.
That concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Dr. Benford, do you have any comments before we close testimony?
I met Jason, a month ago when the restaurant was open. very friendly. I think he'd be a good location for a liquor license, and I think, knowing the half an hour I talked to him, I think he'd be fit and proper to hold a liquor license.
Questions, Inspector? Testimony is now closed. Are there any closing statements at this time? Ms. Kelly?
Very briefly, I think you've heard testimony from a very qualified applicant with excellent experience in the industry. I know that not everybody has the capacity to have that level of experience, but I would submit to you that Mr. Chang's probably ranks pretty high up there on the experience scale. So I think you will see a successful restaurant run by him and a responsible licensee. And I do believe he meets all of the qualifications, and that this location meets all of the qualifications for the requested Class B beer wine license. So I would request that this board approve that license, conditioned on receiving any final permits through the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Inspector Benfer, any closing comments?
No.
Hearing none, testimony and evidence is now closed, and we will deliberate the conditions of the application as well as the decision of this board at this time. Gentlemen, you have heard the testimony. Any comments?
Yes, I'd like to make a comment. Chairman, Commissioner Barnhart, I find Mr. Chang to be fit and proper, highly qualified, and he comes from a great background. And I think it would be an asset to the community to have Issachar open up in that shopping center.
Thank you.
Well, I fully agree with Commissioner Harmoning on his points completely. I also fully embrace comments of your attorney. You are probably, if not the most experienced applicant that I've seen since I've been here. You're certainly in the top two. And so your experience in the restaurant business and with regard to alcoholic beverages is pretty impressive. And it's especially your testimony regarding lack of any problems, you know, and during your career in the industry, that speaks highly of you. And as does the fact that you come from a background and a family that has done an excellent job, from my experience down in Katana. I think that you will probably follow their lead and their example well. All the evidence points to you being qualified and of great character, so I will end my remarks by saying that I feel that you should be granted this license, and I will be prepared to make a motion if the chairman wishes me to.
I would be happy to hear a motion.
I move that in the case of 6420, the application for a new Class B beer and wine license to be issued to Jason Chang, I move that that application be granted.
I would second that.
I'm sorry, and conditioned on obtaining all permit approvals as the council had mentioned.
Motion has been properly made and seconded that the application for a new Class B beer and wine license be issued to Jason Chang for the use of Zaka WM LLC. Any further discussion on the motion?
No.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. Congratulations. We wish you good luck and a long-standing successful restaurant at 530 Jermore Lane.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations and best wishes. And if you, as Ms. Kelly knows, and probably Mr. Chang has had experience, don't hesitate to call on our inspectors or staff if you have any questions at any time. They're there to assist you. So with that, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, we are going to take a 10-minute recess. Hey, we're back in session. Next item on our agenda is an application by Friends of Cascade Lake LLC. Mr. Dixon, do you have anything to present?
No, this is an application for a one-day license?
Several, one day.
Several one-day licenses at Cascade Lake. And it was before the board last month.
We had several questions, if I remember, so before we move forward, I guess we need to swear in all those who intend to testify in this case. When they're ready, please stand, raise your right hands, and be sworn in. Joe,
Yes, sir.
you swear them in?
Yes. Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you. You may be seated. As you testify the first time, please state your full name and address and spell your last name for the record, please. Who is going to be speaking first, or tell us what you want?
I will.
Okay.
Julie Gochar, spelled Gochar. Home address is 2363 Boston Street, Baltimore, Maryland, 21224.
And what are you wanting one-day license for, and so on and so forth?
So we are requesting 22 one-day licenses during the Cascade Lights event held at Cascade Lake. Friends of Cascade Lake would like to sell beer and wine, with 100% of the proceeds going to our organization.
And that organization is who or what?
Friends of Cascade Lake,
And that's a nonprofit?
it is a nonprofit.
And who are the principals, officers, or so forth of Friends of Cascade Lake?
So we have Vicki Schaefer's our board president. Jess Donatel is our secretary. We have two others. Jen Leteau is she's acting at this point. Basically fundraising committee. And that's all we have at the moment because we're brand new. I'm acting executive director, and I'm responsible for the project that we're taking on with the stream restoration.
And what is the purpose that the corporation was formed for?
So as you guys know, Cascade Lake was a privately owned, it was a dam. So when the dam breached several years ago, it's just been empty ever since. So this organization was formed to be able to raise the money necessary to repurpose the space. So we're reimagining it into a stream. So if you're familiar with Tapsco State Park in Howard County, we want it to kind of resemble that type of space. So the stream restoration project that we are beginning to embark on, we have it's probably about a $1.8 million project to be able to get this operational again, and we want to make it accessible to the public like it was historically.
So it's not a swimming hole?
It's not a swimming hole. We went through some analysis, and the stream restoration is the way to go. There's a lot of benefit to making sure that we get the soil healthy again, that we create an experience, a recreational experience for other organizations to use, camping, hiking, wading, if you will. And it allows the environment to kind of do what it naturally is supposed to do, instead of making the swimming hole.
Was it used before as a swimming area?
It was.
Yeah, I thought it was.
I mean, I remember, several people remember going there as kids, and
Yeah, I
it would
thought-
be nostalgic to bring it back to that, but it doesn't make sense from a construction and maintenance to keep it
Right.
going like that.
So is your Friends of Cascade Lake, is that an LLC or INC?
INC. So we received our 501c3 status in April.
Okay.
And you're registered with the state to
That's correct.
solicit funds?
This 1.8 million, is that the total cost of the restoration of what you all want to do, estimated? And is the Chesapeake Bay Foundation or any other organization associated, such as that, involved in this
yet.
restoration?
No.
So you have made no application for any grants or anything?
We have a grant with the state to do the initial scope assessment that we were awarded back in April of this year, $250,000. And
What-
that's just to do the studies needed to make sure we know what exact stream restoration project we're going to move forward with. So it could be 1.2, could be 1.8, is kind of the range that we've been given.
Are we talking about the entire area that encompassed the lake and the surrounding property
There's 8
now?
acres. There's 8 acres of it is carved out for public access of the 70.
8 acres is carved out for your,
For this charity, yes.
and the rest of it will be
It's privately owned.
privately owned, and what is expected to happen on that?
That's, not exactly sure. It's, right now it's a swimming club. It's got fields for practices. It's a lot of green space. I'm not sure what the owner's plans are for that, but it's where they operate camps and the pool and, you know, obviously they're doing the event Cascade Lights, which is the lighted walking, event. And
Should I
would
say
speak
my
more to
name
that,
first?
yeah.
I'm Jessica Danitel. My last name is Dannettel. My address is 476 South Hills Court, Westminster, Maryland, 21158. Initially, it's been taken over mostly, like she said, for camps, special events, things like that. We're moving in the organization who owns the property is moving in the direction of basically seeing what needs the community has for the work there. So obviously camp has been, and children's activities and family activities have been kind of number one on the priority. The pools have been used for private parties, recreational organizations. We did an extravaganza for Easter and then the Cascade Lights. And so the idea and concept there is to be community oriented, which also helps support the concept behind the 8 acres that are parceled off to be the nonprofit organization area.
So Coppermine owns the property. And Coppermine also owns the property that you're parceling off for the nonprofit endeavor.
Alex Jacobs, owns the property as the landholder.
Okay, is he not Coppermine?
He does own Coppermine.
Okay. So you're looking at bifurcating the property that's owned by Coppermine. Some has public access, the stream renovation maybe?
Yeah, we want to make that community access, open to the community.
And then the other will be for-profit, the rest of that property. Is it operational now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Who signed this check?
Alex Jacobs.
Huh?
Alex Jacobs.
I just wondered.
Oh, he's got a bit of a scribble, doesn't he?
How do you figure Alex Jacobs or anybody's beyond me? That's why I asked. Is he an attorney
No.
He's
or
not.
doctor, dentist, or anything?
No, probably just signed a lot of checks.
So you testified that 100% of the proceeds from alcohol sales go to the nonprofit.
That's correct.
Yes.
Is it my understanding that vendors will be doing the selling of alcohol?
For one day, one of those days, during our sip and stroll. We will have other participating breweries. That will also, participate in that evening, with 20% of those proceeds coming to Cascade Lake.
Okay.
Correct, yeah. So the other days will be the allowing alcohol or beer and wine sales during the other 22 nights we're open,
And the
or that Cascade Lake is open.
and the seller will be the Friends of Cascade Lake. And you're not splitting the proceeds with any vendors or anything like that. You're just using the money to.
Trying to get some money raised to start what we need to do.
We need operational dollars.
Yeah.
Will you be selling draft beer or cans or whatever?
We'll do mostly cans, seltzers that are really popular, wines, you know. but
Yeah,
that's
we
it.
won't have
Primarily
anything on
packaged.
draft.
Primarily.
Everything's packaged.
Yeah, correct, yeah.
And these are going to be the same type of events again and again and again? And it's called what again? The,
Cascade Lights?
Cascade.
no, I know, but the event, it's going to be
Well, one night is the sip and stroll, right?
Yeah,
and
it's
that's
just,
different than the rest.
Yeah.
So the rest are going to, how would you characterize the rest of the events?
I mean, family walkthrough light display.
Light display.
Yeah, it's a light display. So basically, it's a 1/2 mile walkthrough with tunnels and lights and.
Santa Claus.
Yeah, the concept was just to bring something like this to Carroll County so that all the families don't have to travel so far to be able to enjoy like family experiences like this, and it's a great property. So it's all Christmas oriented, and you know, we'll work with like the schools and organizations in order to do fundraisers for them too, like discounts. And you basically pull up and you get out of your car and you walk through the woods and trails and paths and see the lights and music set to lights.
So are these 20 successive days during the holidays?
No, so it starts the day after Thanksgiving, and then it is those like Friday, Saturday, Sunday night for that weekend, and then the following weekend, and then the week leading up to Christmas, it's every night, and we did that last year as well. This year we added on the additional per community request, the additional week after Christmas, because the kids are off school and looking for things to do, so there's been additional nights added on to that.
Okay, I understand better now.
Yeah.
This is a holiday seasonal
Yeah.
endeavor.
Yeah.
Okay.
So how are you going to sell the beer and wine?
We'll have volunteer staff.
Okay, you're going to have like a set up a booth, or
Oh,
how's
yeah.
it going to work?
Yep, well, so we're set up for like a beer garden-y type of thing where we'll sell it out of, we have a Christmas village, so we'll kind of sell it out of one of the stalls there. And we'll, do the appropriate ID.
So I assume you'll monitor IDs and
Correct.
things like that.
And wristbands and.
You will use wristbands?
It's the same thing we did the one night of the sip and stroll last year, where it's mostly grown up, mostly adult, but, some kids did kind of come through, but they're usually like the tiny littles,
So basically, you have a trail situation type with amenities, lights, and so on and so forth, similar to somebody walking through a corn maze or something.
Yeah.
Walking around.
And they buy a beer or a wine and they stroll and,
And I mean, there's obviously other options. There's the bus stops there doing their extreme milkshakes, and in the freezing cold, people buy them.
Fire pits, and there's a
And,
Christmas village.
yeah, hot
retail now,
chocolates for the kids,
wreath
things like
making,
that.
All kinds of fun stuff, yeah.
the extreme milkshakes have alcohol in them?
No.
Well, they did.
Oh, for the sip and stroll night, they did. Not every day.
And then, that's my question. What day is the sip and stroll?
On
You were requesting liquor on that day?
the sip and stroll nights.
Yes.
There's 2 this year. We had 1 last year. I'm sorry. I got them all
You are
confused in my
requesting
head.
liquor for the sip and stroll?
The
Or did you just have a
One's
brewery?
the 23rd.
Or did you
yeah,
just have a brewery doing the
December
sip and-
23rd. We're having a brewery there. The
Bus stop.
bus stop did alcoholic milkshakes last year.
Okay.
And they moved, they marked for.
Is it a local brewery that you're having?
Yes, Pipe the Side.
Okay.
It's
yeah, I
out
know
there in
it's on the
Hampstead.
side.
Mm-hmm. Sip and stroll nights, the 20.
I got him.
Oh, you got him. Okay, thank you.
So 2 of the applications are beer, wine, and liquor?
They should be, the sip and
All
stroll.
of them are beer, wine, liquor.
Oh, all of them are?
Well, we won't be doing liquor on the
No.
other nights.
Not on the Christmas nights, right?
Yeah, we don't
We don't wanna
want to
get into
go
that.
there.
Is Santa Claus going to be like,
Every Sunday.
He's not going to be at the bar.
okay.
No, not at bar. But he'll be there every Sunday for a photo opportunity. We're not selling pictures or anything like that, but just photo opportunities with
And we're
Santa.
also doing a fun 12 days of Christmas Maryland theme. So that's that'll be fun. Vote for displays, and a lot of the local businesses put up displays and come out and, shake hands and give away coupons and things like that, so. I only have to pay $100 to cover the electric, and everybody comes in and just makes it a really fun
Only
experience.
50, actually.
Any other questions or comments? Ladies, you have anything you'd like to say finally?
I don't believe so.
Hope you guys can
Unless you have
make it.
questions for us.
Do we have any training requirements for alcohol management for these type of events,
We don't.
or no?
No, it's
Not
nothing
for
in the
one
book.
days, no.
Not for 1 days.
Well, you had the sip and stroll last year. Was there any problem, Mr. Benford, with that?
No, it went well. Probably the only problem I saw was there was too many people.
Too many people?
They were coming in, a lot of people were coming in.
One thing we do it differently this year is we're staging the time. So at all of our ticket sales will be within 30-minute increments so we know when somebody comes in at 6 or 7 or 8, then we don't have the
Jam-packed.
Influx
The
of
parking lot
people,
was-
yeah.
At the event itself, it was spread out. Didn't seem like a lot of people. But when I left at 7, there was a line of cars out to 482.
And we changed the parking
Ev-
situation.
Yeah, everybody, because last year, so obviously learning curve was our first year. We just had one set time, like between this time and this time. So everybody was right there at the gate, ready to get in, to get started. So this time we're doing ticket sales sold, which we did at the extravaganza. We tested it out in the around Easter time. And we did time to entry, so that's gonna help disperse the crowd. And we have limited ticket sales per time to entry. And so, once one slot's full, you either have to move to the next slot or pick another day, so.
Is there any requirements that we have of where they would get the beer?
No, they can get buy through a retailer or they can buy it through a distributor. All one-day licenses allowed to have to do.
Any other questions or comments?
No.
Hearing none? What's your pleasure? Are there any objections?
Well, they've had it last year, and according to Mr. Benford, there was no bad happenings or events other than being overcrowded. So I would not have any problem with trying it again this year.
I agree. Let's try it and see how it works.
You didn't have any trouble with any rowdy people or anything there, right?
No, surprisingly, not surprisingly, but everybody kind of came and left within an hour. Wasn't somebody.
I think it's more family focused.
And that ticket sale that you sell, that doesn't include one beer with that ticket or anything, right?
It's just to enjoy the show.
And it was cold out too, so they're not gonna be hanging around outside in the cold. There's no indoor area for them to go.
Okay. Yeah, I have no problem.
If there are no problems, no objections, best wishes and good luck.
Great,
Let us know how you make out.
Please come see it.
I said, yeah.
I just have one question, and I don't want to belabor the point. The gentleman was here last month, mentioned about you're having sales for specific times. What happens if somebody is in on a lot of time and they just stay over and so forth?
I
You
mean,
think that'll
we
be a
don't
problem?
have to have, there's not like an end time necessarily for them. I think that the property itself has plenty of room for everyone. I think the issue, which I think you could probably say when you were there, Keith, last time, is the actual backing up of the cars getting in. So that was what we were addressing more than anything else. Not really people being there and spending time there, which it does get cold and there's usually a time limit on what people want to do. But it's mostly to control the traffic going in and out, and that time to entry, we feel like will eliminate that issue. And it's, once you're on the property, there's more than enough space for everybody that happens to be there.
The reason I asked that was primarily traffic, because, as you all know, that's not the best of
Yeah.
roads
Yeah.
It's more like a Pennsylvania road than it is a Maryland road.
I know what you mean by
We
that.
have some parking enforcement this year too, that's helping us.
Yeah,
We
we-
have some other organizations that are volunteering their time to
Yeah, and
come
we
in and, you know.
kind of convened after last year and identified any issues, and that was the primary one that we felt like we needed to address. So we've come up with kind of a solid game plan, we feel like, on how to handle that situation.
Good. Well, we wish you the best. Good luck, and let us know how you make out.
Great.
Appreciate your time.
With that, we have
All set?
case
Thank you.
6421, which there's nobody here.
Well, enjoy your lunch.
They're in the hall.
Well, would you please invite them in? Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes.
Nice to meet you. See you
very
again.
much.
Bye, thank you.
Good to see you. Good to see you. See you then. Thank you again. Have a good day.
Mr. Jim,
Sir,
you notice he's very polite with the ladies.
I know,
You know?
my accent puts them off, so.
I was gonna mention it's like English roads, but they're just driving along, sort of the correct side of the road.
We do drive on the correct side of the road.
Correct side.
Mr. Dixon, would you please call case 6421?
All right, case 6421, an application for a new Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to Tyler Wittig for the use of the Locomotive LLC, trading as Locomotive, 7540 Main Street, Sykesville, Maryland, 21784, in Election District 5. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. A November 3rd, 2022 letter from Kelly Schaefer Miller to the board.
Just sign the sheet.
Looks like there's, attached to the letter, there's revised floor plans for the locomotive. There's a October 28th, 2022 notice of public hearing for this case. There's an October 21st, 2022 notice of public hearing for this case. There's a letter from India Phillips, Revenue Examiner 3, to the board. There's a sign off from the town manager that the above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. There's a response from Lisa Staley, Health Department, that this establishment does not meet the requirements of this office. See the attached memorandum. There's a memo from Belinda Gassell, Collections Office, that the above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. Then there's an application, and the application includes notice of public hearing, application, character references, lease, menu, criminal background information, plot plan, MVA records, workman's comp insurance. See, plot plan, floor plan, SDAT information, articles of organization, other licensed establishments, and operating agreement, and financial information. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. At this time, I would ask all those who intend to testify in this case, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing.
Maryland LLC. I'm here today on behalf of the Locomotive, and I have Mr. Tyler Wittig present and seated to my left. I appreciate Mr. Dixon's introduction of the file. This is just to provide you with a little bit of background. This location is on Main Street in Sykesville. It is what you are familiar with as the former Market Tavern space. This will be a new restaurant at that location. The application is for a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license. This is a family-owned entity, so I have Mr. Wittig here with me, but this is also his mother, his father, his wife, and his brother are also all part of the business as well. So with that, I would call Mr. Wittig. Tyler, can you please state your full name, spelling your last name, and your address for the record?
Tyler Wittig, Wittig, live at 7517 Main Street in Sykesville.
Tyler, are you a registered voter and taxpayer in Carroll County?
Yes.
And is it accurate that you have applied here today for a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license?
Yes.
And can you explain what your involvement in this business will be? Is it going to be your full-time job? What's your role in the business?
Yeah, so full-time job, owner, operator, work there, front of the house, do some bookkeeping in the back of the house, pretty much everything.
Okay. And do you have experience in the restaurant industry?
Yes.
Can you just briefly explain your experience?
So I actually worked at Market Tavern for 6 or 7 years, bartending and doing a little bit of the food ordering.
Okay. And in your capacity there, I hope the answer is yes, but I'll ask you, do you have experience in the service of alcoholic beverages?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that that was in your experience as bartender there?
Yes.
Okay. So in that capacity, did you have the opportunity to check IDs, monitor patrons, and that sort of thing?
Yes.
Have you been TIPS or TAMS certified?
I was at one point. I don't know where the card is, so I don't know if it is expired, but I'd be, more than willing to go ahead and do that again.
So are you in the process of registering to do that again and become certified?
Yeah, the goal would be to actually, become certified to then certify my staff.
So you would like to become certified yourself and also certified to train people to become certified?
Correct.
Okay. And would that be for the benefit of training your staff and certifying your staff as well?
Yes.
Okay. You understand and do you agree that any manager on duty will be TIPS or TAMS certified?
Yes.
In addition to TIPS or TAMS certification of employees, will you be responsible for training employees?
Yes.
Okay. And will you conduct a sort of in-house training as well for all staff?
Yes.
Have you thought about that training model and what you're going to do?
Yeah.
All right. Can you tell the board, first, have you decided whether you will or will not accept vertical IDs?
We will not accept vertical IDs.
Okay. Do you intend or plan to have some signage in the restaurant that is targeted at patrons and at employees to indicate your ID policies?
Yes. So we plan to card everyone. So we'll have something posted right next to where we'll also have, we don't accept vertical IDs.
Okay. So in terms of your in-house training, do you also, are you familiar with this board's rules and regulations?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of your in-house training, will you individually train staff on those same rules and regulations?
Yes.
Okay. Now, have I spoken with you about the state's attorney's diversion program and how this board works with the state's attorneys to monitor compliance of ID checking and intoxication with the state's attorneys?
Yes, you have.
Okay. I know the name sometimes throws
Yeah.
people off. Okay. Do you have a plan to train your employees and ensure that they're all notified of that program?
Yeah, so we have that document that you had drawn up for us that kind of explains that, and we'll walk them through that, and then we'll also include all of the rules and regulations of the liquor board in there with the training as well, so they're familiar.
Okay. Now, you heard me in my opening statement say this, but I'll ask you to testify to it. Is this location, was it formerly the Market Tavern space?
Yes.
Okay. And you explained that you worked there for several years, correct? So you're familiar with that operation?
Yes.
Okay. Is it true that that operation has closed at this location and that this will be the new restaurant there?
Yes, it is closed, yeah.
Okay. And are you aware of whether Market Tavern held a liquor license?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Assuming that, understanding that there are unpredictable health department and permitting things, can you tell the board your hopeful opening date?
We'd like to be open before Thanksgiving, but probably more realistically, December 1st would be ideal target.
And do you understand that, assuming this board grants the approval here today, that you will not be able to obtain your license until you have all permit approvals and health department approvals?
Yes.
Okay. As part of the application packet, did you provide your anticipated menu?
Yes, I did.
Is that a fair representation of the type of meals and food that will be offered at this location?
Yes.
Now, as part of your application, you also provided and then also provided an updated copy of the floor plan. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Are you able to provide 50 seats at tables and chairs as part of this establishment?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm not sure how familiar this board was with Market Tavern, Tyler, so keep that in mind. But can you explain how service will be provided to the tables? Like if I walk into the restaurant, kind of just walk me through the flow.
So we're going for very casual, kind of seat yourself. We'll have, so our staff will kind of wear many hats. There'll be bartenders, kind of servers, bussing, food running. So they'll kind of just be out and about through, because the space isn't very large. So they'll be checking in on people at different tables, grabbing dirty dishes to take back to be cleaned. Yeah, we also plan to at some point integrate a little QR code so you can order from your phone or mobile device, and we'll just be able to, it'll print tickets for us, and we'll be able to just, bring the food and drink out to you.
So just to kind of clarify that, if I came as a patron, I could walk in, if there's an available table, I could sit down, and then I could either go up to the bar and order something and be served there at that point of service, or depending on the staffing situation, someone might come to my table and also help me.
Yes.
Okay. So any service is provided through a staff member, is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And on the floor plan, is it accurate that there is some outdoor seating?
Yes, there's a space for kind of a couple of two tops just right out front on the sidewalk there.
Will that be akin to what this board would have seen at Market Tavern as well?
Yes.
Okay. You have filed this application under the name of the Local Motive. Well, actually, let me back up real quick because I thought of one more question. Approximately how many employees do you anticipate having at this location?
Including owners.
Yeah, you can include, like, anybody who would be there at a given time.
I mean, at one time, probably 5 or 6, but total scope of employees, it could vary depending on part-time or full-time.
Okay. And so of the 5 or 6 that would be there at any given time, that includes individuals responsible for service and kitchen and everything, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you understand that you filed this application and included the name The Local Motive LLC, correct?
Yes,
And are you a member of that LLC?
I am.
What percentage ownership do you hold in that LLC?
25.
Okay. And can you just explain to the board who the other members of the LLC are?
Yeah, so my wife, Colleen, my brother, Michael, and my parents, Mike and Karen.
Okay. So as part of the LLC paperwork, we see that Blue Horizon Holding LLC is also a member of the Local Motive LLC. Who are the members of Blue Horizon Holding LLC?
That would be my parents.
Okay.
Mike and
So
Karen.
everybody you just named represents the full ownership of the Local Motive LLC.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you understand that although you've applied with the name of an LLC, that you are still individually responsible for purposes of this license. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you realize that in the event this board has any communications or concerns, they will look to you as the point of contact?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Carroll County Liquor Board's Rules and Regulations booklet?
Yes.
Are you willing to comply with all of those rules and regulations?
I am.
That concludes my questions of Mr. Wittig.
Gentlemen, questions, Mr. Whitty?
I have a couple. So do I understand that Blue Horizon Holding is your parents?
Yes.
Okay. And the holding company has 25%, and then all the other members of Locomotive have 25%?
Yes.
Okay. And have you reconfigured the kitchen much, or done anything there?
So the kitchen that was Market Tavern will be having that same format there, and then the plan is to eventually, get the kitchen expanded into that back room that you see on that updated floor plan. We had a little bit of a timeline misunderstanding there, so that probably won't be until January, but that would be the goal.
Okay. And looking at the menu, kind of reminds me of Market Tavern type of menu. So there's nothing, no radical changes here, no steak being grilled or anything.
Right. Yeah. It's we're so limited because we don't have the hood, so we kind of have to figure things out.
And it looks like on your floor plan that retail area that used to be in the back, that's now dedicated to tables.
Yes.
And do you have high top tables and regular tables, or is it all high top?
We'll have a good mix of high top and lower, and then we even kind of want to do a little bit of, at some point, maybe do like some couch kind of lounge, very casual vibes with like a coffee table.
Yeah.
Mr. Harmony, do you have any questions this time?
You did say you were going to have between 5 and 6 employees.
Correct.
And you have a card all policy, is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, that's what we want to do that, yep.
Okay, so it's not like if somebody 40 and under is going to get carded, it's everybody.
Right, it would be everybody, yes.
And are you going to have signage that you don't serve vertical license?
Yes.
And where would that signage be?
On the back bar, located next to the license display.
Any other questions, Mr. Whitty? If not, Ms. Kelly, you may proceed.
Thank you. That concludes my questions for Mr. Wittig, and I would next call his 2 character witnesses. Thank you. Both step straight up to these microphones and sit and have a seat, please. All right, I would first call Mayor Stacy Link. Ms. Link, can you please state your name, spelling your last name, and address for the record?
Sure. Good morning. Stacy Link, L-I-N-K. Address is 7307 Spout Hill Road, Sykesville, 21784.
And can you please tell the board how long you've known Tyler?
As long as they have worked at Market Tavern. So, according to the lead witness here, 7 years or so.
And in what context, although you may have kind of just answered that, but in what context do you know Tyler?
It extends beyond my interactions with Tyler and Colleen, his wife, beyond Market Tavern, but that is exactly where I met them, and where the majority of my time getting to know them happened. But they've not worked at Market Tavern for about a year or so now, and I continue to maintain a friendship with the two of them. And they were incredibly supportive of me when I was running for mayor. So I would consider them very devoted friends and also very engaged citizens of the town of Sykesville.
Well, you kind of just answered my next question as well, but I'll ask you for posterity's sake.
Sure.
You heard Mr. Wittig's testimony here. Do you believe that he is a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
He is a fit and proper person to hold the liquor license, among many other things, yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the location that's been applied for here today?
Intimately, yes.
Okay. Do you believe that it will be a benefit to the public to maintain a restaurant with a liquor license at that location?
Absolutely. The absence of such, of a place that people can feel comfortable in and frequent as residents of town is very important, I believe. And it would be unfortunate if there wasn't such a place.
Thank you. That concludes my questions of Ms. Link.
Gentlemen, any questions of this witness? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would call my next witness Julie Della Maria. Did I get it correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please state your name, spelling your last name, and address for the record?
Yes. My name is Julie Della Maria, DELLA-MARIA. I live at 7411 2nd Avenue in Saxville, Maryland.
And approximately how long have you known Tyler Wittig?
I have known Tyler and Colleen since the early days of Market Tavern, so I will also use his math skill to evaluate that to 7 years.
Okay. And in what context? How do you know Tyler?
I was very fortunate to work with Tyler and Colleen as the executive director of the Main Street program downtown Saxville. We are trying to maintain a vibrancy of Main Street, so that has included working with Colleen and Tyler toward marketing programs, but also collaborating with them to ensure that our large fundraisers that do feature liquor license provided by this board were operated in a manner that followed the rule and created an interesting and engaging experience for all.
And you've heard, you know Tyler, and you've heard all of his testimony here today. Do you believe that Tyler is a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
I do believe he's fit to hold a liquor license, so is his wife and his entire family. And I also would add that his experience as a bartender in downtown Saxville is going to help him exert great judgment and maintain the feel of that community bar that we had downtown Saxville, and I'm very excited about this.
And again, probably goes without saying, but are you familiar with this location that has been applied for?
It has been my happy place for a long time. Yes, I am familiar with it.
So do you believe that it will be a benefit to the public to have a restaurant at this location with a liquor license?
I am persuaded of it. I know Colleen and Tyler and their business plan, and I see it in complete alignment with the focus of our Main Street program to offer an engaging and pleasant place to be for all.
Those are my only questions of Mrs. Della Maria.
I have none.
Questions, gentlemen? I have none.
That concludes my testimony at today's hearing.
I do have, what's the population of Sykesville?
According to the 2020 census, approximately 4,200 people. I think that's a gross overestimation. Some say an under, but those are the numbers.
Do you know the total area encompassed by the Sykesville?
Just under 2 square miles, sir.
2 square miles?
Yes.
And 4,000 people?
Yes.
You have any other witnesses to call or anything?
I do not have any additional witnesses to call.
Inspector Benford, do you have any comments?
I did stop down about 2 weeks ago, met the family, dropped off signage, our signage, and they said they're gonna post it up, and met the wife picking stickers off the beer taps, and I heard you're not gonna use those beer taps, so that's all I have.
Testimony is now closed. And if you would like to make any closing remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you've heard, hopefully, everything you need to hear to understand that this is an added benefit to the town of Sykesville and something that everybody's looking forward to, myself included. This was a former restaurant, and I think it will benefit the town to have it continue as a restaurant in a similar capacity. Mr. Wittig has exhibited great experience in the industry and his work at Market Tavern, and I think he has also demonstrated through his testimony to this board that he is a responsible person and will treat this license as such. This is a family operation. I think they're excited to get started and anxious to receive all of their lingering like health department and other permit approvals. So we understand that the request here today would be conditioned on finalizing those approvals. With that, I would ask that this board approve the Class B beer, wine, and liquor license for the Locomotive and just condition it on any of those last health department and permit approvals. Thank you.
Mr. Menfer, you have any final remarks?
I do not.
Hearing none, testimony and evidence is now closed, and we will deliberate the merits of the case.
Mr. Chairman, I fully agree with Ms. Miller's closing remarks. Usually she's spot on, and again today she is, with regards to this applicant. The character witnesses themselves spoke highly of the applicant, and they are very reputable individuals in the community of Sykesville and beyond. They're both very committed to improvements in Sykesville, but also maintaining the very nice downtown character that Sykesville has, family atmosphere, and they both work tirelessly to make Sykesville a great place to live, and their recommendation in this case carries a lot of weight with me. As character witnesses and on their own. So I do believe that this gentleman is more than fit and proper to hold the liquor license in this case. I think his experience at this location is going to help him put into place a very nice amenity for the people of the community. And I'm looking forward to his success, and those are my remarks at this time.
I would agree with Mr. Barnhart, everything that he just stated. I'd also have to agree that Mr. Wittig is fit and proper. We see such notable witnesses that have come to back him up. I think that's great. And I think this business would be an asset to Sykesville. So with all that said, I could make a motion if it's okay with the chairman.
Please do.
I make a motion to approve this application for a new Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to Tyler Wittig for the use of the Locomotive LLC, trading as Locomotive 7540 Main Street, Sykesville, Maryland 21784 in Election District 5.
And I second that motion, of course, with, as Ms. Miller mentioned, that all the approvals and licenses and requirements that are required be granted.
A motion has been properly made and seconded that this board approve an application for a new Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to Tyler Wittig for the use of the Locomotive LLC, trading as Locomotive, 7540 Main Street, Sykesville, Maryland 21784. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. Congratulations. We wish you good luck and best wishes.
Thank you.
The only thing I can say is Mayor and Ms. Della Maria do a great job down there for promoting Sykesville, and all of your events seem to be full house.
Thank you.
And the only thing I can say is they must like to drink and eat a lot in Sykesville, because in about 2 blocks, you can go from one to the other
We
almost.
have very good taste. Thank you for your time.
Congratulations,
Thank
best
you.
wishes, continued success.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll skip over the next item and go to the next item of business.
Which is
This time, we're adjourned until 2 o'clock. Okay, we're back in session. I guess our next item on the agenda is a question about 84 East Main Street Pizzeria.
Yes.
Would somebody like to explain the situation to us?
I was contacted by Teresa Barnes approximately 3 or 4 weeks ago about her being disgruntled and she wanted to take the liquor license from the establishment, 84 Main Street Wood Fire Pizzeria. Talked to Tim Dixon at the time, would decide that she could not take the license. So we didn't do anything about it. I was contacted by Teresa last Friday, and her lawyer contacted Tim, and my understanding from talking to Tim Dixon was she could take the license, and if she took the license, we would have to shut down the liquor side of the restaurant. I talked to Pete, and I explained what was going on, and Teresa took the license, gave it to me, and I had the license here in front of me, and the business has been closed since then, and Pete's here to talk about the license, try and get his license back, or the license.
With that said, question, do we need to swear him in?
We don't need to.
Don't need to? Okay.
And I've left multiple messages for Teresa about the 2 o'clock. She knew about the 2 o'clock hearing, and she is not here as of 2:05.
But you have the license in front of you,
Yes,
and there's only one licensee on it.
only one licensee.
Okay. And that licensee is Teresa Barnes.
Correct.
So when she took it to turn it over to you.
Correct. Under the direction of Tim Dixon.
Yeah.
No one?
No.
Just the next case.
And has she given us anything in writing?
No. I'm not seeing anything.
Now, in your original discussions with her, did she give any reason why she wanted to relinquish the license, or what the problem was?
She advised she has not been paid in a while. And the checks that she has gotten have bounced.
Does she have a financial interest in the business?
My understanding from the hearing was she has a 10% financial issue at $5,000.
Right. So she satisfied the minimum requirement to be on the license of financial interest. So she has $5,000 into the business, which is 10%. Is it a stock company?
It's an LLC.
LLC?
Yes, sir.
Is she a member of the LLC?
Yes, she is.
Okay. So she's a 10% member of the LLC?
Yes.
And what is the name of the LLC?
It's a Woodfire Business Solution LLC.
Woodfire. Yes. Okay, thanks.
Just for the record, state your name and address, please.
Pietro Priola. I live in 402 Baldwin Drive, apartment B4, Westminster, Maryland.
Is Ms. Barnes working there as an employee?
She was working there as an employee.
Server?
No, as a bartender.
As a bartender.
But we've had some issues.
So what is she claiming she wasn't paid for her hours that she worked? Or
yes.
Part of the 10%?
No. The 10%, the company's in a loss, actually. You know, I've actually have listed the place for sale with a broker, but we're negotiating with someone here locally to buy the business, because I'm not here all the time. I'm ill. I have cancer, so I have to go back home in Jupiter, Florida, for my treatment. So I'm back and forth pretty much. Ms. Baines, she would work like one weekend and then not work for 3 or 4 weekends in a row. There was never a consistent basis for her to be there, even though she was scheduled. And at one point, she never picked up any checks. She refused to be a direct deposit. And so when she did pick up those checks that apparently bounced, which I have a copy over here of the checks, and also that she got paid for those checks in cash, she was told not to deposit them all at once, because, we're working day to day. It's a startup. I put all my savings, my inheritance in this place. I got over $300,000 invested in this place. So anyway, she put all the checks in at once, and I didn't know she was going to do that, and they did bounce. She did get paid for those checks with some fees of $698. I have a copy of that right here with also her signature on there. And she has not picked up, there's another check waiting for her. It's been waiting for her since 10/24, which she has not picked up. There is some, there's about, between the check that I have here and also some of the tips, because the tips go into their paychecks. We used to not put the tips on their paychecks, but because of, 90% is credit cards. Anyway, so we decided to start doing that. And she's owed about $887, basically. I did speak to her attorney about this, and she basically wants her $5,000 back. That's what she said to me. And then also off the license, and then, of course, get this. She claims it was $1,500, which is not. It's basically $887.22. And I have copies of all this right here for you guys, if you need it. And it's funny, at 4:01 on Friday, I got a letter of intent for the sale of the place. And it was, of course, subject to transfer of the existing lease and the liquor license. So, and of course, the buyer right now everything's on hold, because I basically made the decision to close for right now until further stuff, so. Still see what happens here if I, have a license to, because I do want to transfer the license. I'm going to have to, and.
I don't think you can transfer licenses.
Well, put a new member.
Well, I mean,
Get-
you
get
transfer
her-
the business, and we issue a new license to the owner.
Yes, yes.
But that's a transfer.
It is a transfer.
If he sells to a new owner,
They have to have a new application to us. He can't just say, I'll transfer the license to you.
Oh, no, of course not.
There's a step they have to go through. They have to come here first.
Yes, that's,
There are jurisdictions where you can sell a license to somebody. That's what I'm trying to make the distinction here. That's not how it works in Carroll County.
I understand that, sir. Yes, I know.
Okay.
So at the present time, the establishment is closed.
Right now, yes, I could have stayed open and just sell food, but it just wasn't worth it, because of,
So you don't want to open up then, you just,
well, no, I do. I mean, I would like to reopen back up, and put an application in for me to go on the license until all this is all,
Until
with the
your
letter of
sales.
intent. I have a copy of the letter of intent for you guys if you want to see that also. Because, it's not just the liquor license itself, it's the other factors on selling the business. One of them, of course, is the lease, that they have to be financially capable of, transferring the lease and all that stuff. Plus, I'm actually financing this deal too, so.
So as it stands right now, you are closed, and you technically don't have
Mrs. Keith?
a license.
Right.
So it's my understanding,
We're having a hearing
without
in
somebody on the license,
I told her,
they don't have a liquor license. Am I correct?
Nope, they don't have one.
no.
So I think that what going forward, what the board needs to decide is, let's see, this is the November meeting. Will you have somebody that you can put forward to be on the license
on
in
the
the
business
December meeting, and/or
We're
would
not
this
sure.
buyer be able
call you
to,
back once it,
you be able to transfer it to this buyer at the December liquor board meeting?
I don't know if that's gonna happen that quickly, but I would like to go on the license myself if I could, until all this transaction will be done. But in the meantime, if the board could give me permission to open, I will take care of Ms. Baines on regarding to this money that is owed, but not the $5,000 that she wants. She wants the $5,000 that she put into the business back, which, that would be done at time of transfer.
What's your legal residence?
My legal residence?
Yes.
Well, I have a lease here, an apartment, I have an apartment complex here that I stay at, that I have a lease with.
But what do you use as your legal residence as far as taxes?
Oh, that's Florida. And of course, the business is also, I just filed taxes, and it's this business and my residence in Florida. But I also would have somebody else that could go on the license, if that's what I would have to do.
Sounds like maybe.
Yeah, I don't know.
A legal resident of Carroll County, maybe?
Because you get to spend more than 9 months here to be a legal resident here.
I've been here for 2 years.
but-
Well, more here than actually in Florida. So it's not like that. I've been here for 2 years, the whole 2 years. But, I've lived in Carroll County since I purchased the place, basically, with different places. And now, I'm like 5 minutes from the restaurant. That's why I took a Meadow Ridge apartments and condos.
So you lease an apartment here, but your main residence is in Florida.
Yes, correct, sir.
Where do you vote?
I'm sorry?
Vote.
I don't. I can't. I'm a resident of the United States. I'm not a citizen of the United States. So I don't know what the requirements is. If you
Your
have to,
driver's license?
Florida.
Florida.
Yes.
You have a passport?
Yes.
And that's Florida, has a Florida residence in your passport?
My passport is actually an Italian passport. I have legal residency in the United States, which is, I have a green card. It's actually blue. But yeah, so that's,
Okay.
yeah.
We're just trying to look at the scenarios.
Yeah, of course, I understand that. Yes.
Section 31B, if for any reason a qualifying resident licensee requests to be removed from a license, such request must be presented to the board in writing at least 30 days prior to the date when the licensee seeks to have the request to be effective. If no other licensee meets the requirements of a qualifying resident, the board may revoke the license at such time as the removal is effective.
Tim, which rule was that?
31.
31.
31B.
It's on page 35, the bottom.
So we have not received anything in writing from the current licensee, so the current licensee is not complying with this rule.
Right.
That's my understanding, yes.
So the current licensee, according to our rules, is still on the license.
Yeah, would be.
Yep, the current licensee just gave the license to the liquor inspector, but it's still on the
But
license.
there's nothing, under our rules, they have to, in writing, apply
Yes.
to the court to, apply to court, sorry. Apply to the board to get off of the license.
Right.
So I guess one way of looking at it is that the licensee is still on the license until they petition us to get off in writing.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, this weekend put me in a bad situation,
Yeah.
financially anyway, and also employees too, so.
If you were to have the license back, what would you do?
I would reopen,
Okay?
basically, as soon as I can.
So the ability to sell alcoholic beverages along with your food is probably that little margin that helped keep you going.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I took a $7,000 hit this weekend, which basically, I had to cover payroll out of pocket, some other stuff too because of the situation.
Yeah.
it's unfortunate, but, you know, what can, at this point,
So I'm thinking perhaps the remedy of this lady, if there is one, who's on the license, is more civil than pulling the license off of the wall and turning it in, unless she follows our rules and goes that route. That's just, I was thinking out loud here.
I would agree with that.
I never received anything from her in writing. The only thing that I did get a text from her about when she could come in and pick up her paychecks. And I said to her, I'm home doing treatment. I'll be back next week. We could meet then. But I also stated to her that she needs to stop running her mouth that she's 50% owner of the establishment. Because the buyer said to me, who is the owner of this place? So basically, that's, you know, what happened. And I told her, look, can you just help me out getting this sale through? Just stop running your mouth. And then within 2 hours, I get my general manager calling me, said that Keith was there with Teresa and a police officer to take the license. And of course, it was at 10:05. So I couldn't call anybody to figure out anything. But I knew that it should have been in writing or something to me. So that's where I'm at.
So in effect, if I understand this correctly, she has to notify us 30 days in advance to be removed from the license. So technically, she's still on the license legally. She's still on the license, and the license, I assume, are good. And that during this 30-day notification, I assume the 30 days is the date that we receive it?
If for any reason a qualifying resident licensee requests to be removed from license, such request must be presented to the board in writing at least 30 days prior to the date when the licensee seeks to have the request be effective. So the written request has to give a termination date to us. And we have to have 30 days. You know, it could be no less, I think, than 30 days to consider it, I guess.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If she wrote us a letter today, effective 30 days from today.
Yeah.
But if we don't get the letter for 4 or 5 days, is it 30 days from the date we receive it or 30 days from the date on the letter?
Says the request must be presented to the board,
So it's 30 days from the date that we get it presented.
Yes. That's what it sounds like.
So irregardless, that 30 days would get us up till next month's meeting approximately. So if we had a request for a transfer and so forth to consider at our next meeting,
It's past the request, the date to request a hearing.
there have been exceptions to that.
I mean, Joe and Tim would know that, and I didn't know that.
You know, as long as in an instance like this, if I get it in time to advertise, and
Right.
by that, I would need it. The ad has to run the first time on the 18th. So if
This
I can
month.
get it by the 16th. That's a week from
From
today.
a week from today.
Okay.
So if all paraphernalia and applications and so on and so forth as needed are received by the 16th, we could get it on the agenda for next month.
And when is the hearing?
December 14th, I believe, yeah.
So I've heard that she has an attorney.
Correct.
Who's communicated with our attorney. Right? But that attorney has never sent anything to us in writing, with no,
Nope, it was just a phone call.
Yeah, when I spoke to him, he had no clue what was going on, actually. In a way,
yeah, well, maybe he doesn't represent her beyond a phone call.
could be. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So if we allow the license to allow alcoholic beverage sales until next month, we're on safe ground?
Well, the only issue that I can see is that she could say that it's been, she turned it over to the liquor inspector, and then in response to that, we could say you didn't do it properly because you're supposed to give the board 30 days notice. So for 30 days, we can hold it, you know, the license, you still responsible for the license because you got to give the board notice of it. So
Yeah.
so we could say, we could say, that, which would take us to the next meeting, that you didn't give us the 30 days notice, and maybe that is in there, so something like this doesn't happen, somebody just, one person doesn't snatch the license off the wall and says, I'm out of here, and
Yeah.
that's it for the business. So that gives the board and that gives the establishment 30 days to know, you know, they gotta take action.
With the caveat that current and back wages are all paid promptly.
That's a civil matter between the ownership. That's,
Just
that
wanna
doesn't
clarify.
involve the board.
That's up for him and her.
Yes, that's what I would say.
So, we've heard circumstances. What is you all's?
My feeling is the license is still in effect.
I agree. License is still in effect. It's in our possession at the moment, but we haven't made a decision on changing the licensee or transferring the license.
Right.
So it is as it is, and her complaint about she's not being responsible, I think is not correct, because she allowed her name to go on the license, and under our rules, which she's obligated to understand, she can't get off the license just by taking it off the wall and walking out the door. She has to give us written notice, and all licensees, I think, are required to do that in order to get off a license.
True. I mean, anytime you have a disgruntled licensee, they could just grab the license and take it out the door, and then that would hurt the business. So I think we have to follow the 30-day law.
No, it's our rule.
Yeah, it's our rule.
So I agree, and Tim?
I agree. So, I give him back the license, and she's still responsible. She's not gonna get out of responsibility just because she does.
She wants to be out.
Right. She's got to give us 30 days notice because, you know, as I've said before, it's an accommodation to the public, so she just can't arbitrarily at any time, without the 30 days notice, take the license.
I would agree.
So it's the decision of this board that the licenses are returned to the establishment, to the owner, and that he is required to meet the deadline of the 16th to have the proper applications and preliminary information and so forth on file for a replacement for the licensee, and that she must notify us in writing.
See, that's an issue. What if she just ignores what we're talking about right now, doesn't notify us in writing, and also doesn't resign, give a letter of resignation from the corporation?
Well, he's gonna file for a licensee change
Yeah.
for next month. So we would be taking her off anyway.
But we also, in the past, either have them appear here in person or by written notice,
Have a letter of resignation.
having
That's
a
what-
letter of resignation and that they're okay with coming off of the license. That's what we've done in the past.
Yeah, so.
Now, my second part before that is that I think we should notify her that she needs to give this board written notice. And that she's required to give us notice 30 days in advance in order to be removed.
Right, yeah, it's a good idea. And
I agree.
maybe do a courtesy copy to the attorney that,
And also to me, if it's possible too, I'd like to get that too, please.
Now, let me ask you this, you attorneys. You know, we get letters and so on and so forth. It always says, hand-delivered. Should this letter be hand-delivered, if possible, by one of the inspectors?
to one of the inspectors?
By one of the inspectors to
I can do
her.
it, that's no problem.
Hand delivered to who? To her?
To the licensee.
Oh, okay. That's preferable, yeah.
That's no problem.
If you know where she is, but the other question is, if you're going to have another resident agent on the licensee, isn't there a financial requirement?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, is this gentleman aware that?
No, if he goes on by himself, there is no
I
financial.
understand that, but he was talking about, he's not a Carroll County resident, so that question came up, and he thought he might know somebody.
Yeah,
So-
if someone has to come up $5,000, right?
Yeah, so
Well-
you can explain that.
Well, yeah, and also, I mean, I have a copy of the letter of intent. I mean, the owner, the new people that are buying the place, if they're still gonna buy this place, we're not really sure, because I've received this letter on November 4th, which was the day that she decided to pull this license. Basically, there is a substantial financial, the letter of intent is for $125,000. So, they'll require, they'll meet the requirements of, the 5,000 plus.
But that would,
That would be the new licensee?
That's what I would want to do, yes.
but would they have ownership of your current company? So until we
Okay.
give them a license,
I got you. Well, couldn't the transfer happening of the
If you, yes. If you get that
license
filled out,
at the same time?
If you get that filled out, you can transfer new ownership.
And transfer the new ownership, if we could do that. If not, I will have to just get a qualifying applicant, which would be my general manager. She's lived in Carroll County all her life,
right,
so,
okay, so you're talking about maybe a simultaneous, like a bifurcated hearing.
yes.
Yeah,
That's what I thought should happen. Is it?
Would that work?
Also saves you $500.
Yes. Which right now, it's like, it's just, what happened? I'm just,
We're not gonna have two hearings at the same time. We're not gonna have him be, the new licensee next month.
oh, no.
And transfer. Oh, okay. We're gonna do one or the other.
Yeah,
The goal is to do one transfer
One
next,
transfer, period.
Yes.
November 14th, transfer everything out of Pete's name into the new owners, and Teresa's name.
That's my understanding, what,
yes.
There's your license back.
Thank you.
Sorry about the problems.
okay.
Well, she's
Any more
gonna
discussion
facing
on
some
this?
issues.
We got,
I think we have it.
We squared away?
and I'll hand deliver
so.
a letter when we get done.
Okay, Mr. Attorney?
Yep, we're good.
Okay, you understand what you have to do,
Yes,
what time limit you have. You don't have much time.
you got it. I will take care of it. Thank you
Okay.
very much, the board.
Thank
Appreciate
you very
it.
much.
All right.
Are you gonna give him the license key so
Yeah.
we can?
He did.
I got it.
Okay.
I'm smooth.
See, he is.
All right, I didn't see it.
Very smooth. He always has been. Good guy. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
thank you.
Well, we're 15 minutes behind time. Gotta make it up.
Do
Wait, did we take it? Oh, I don't know. You have to ask Keith that one. Yeah, I don't know. It's the first I've heard about a policeman being there.
Yeah. I think he did that just to be on the safe side. So
Yeah.
he was in trouble.
Yeah, no, it's,
Keith, did you close that door after?
Should.
We're not all in.
No, I'm talking about the second door.
Yeah, it closed.
You didn't want anybody following him in?
I just wanted to make sure the door was closed.
Want any more undesirables coming in?
Everybody's going to object to this. That's what he's trying to stop.
Okay, are we ready for case number 6424, Mr. Dixon?
Yes.
Case 6424, an application for the transfer of a Class BW Beer and Wine 7-day license to be issued to Neil Troutman for the use of WOR Inc., trading as County Line Cantina, 123 Hanover Pike, Hampstead, Maryland, in Election District 8. And to file this matter, we have the following documents. There is a email, November 3rd, 2022, 12:02 p.m. To Joe from John Appling. He requests to resign from the liquor license for the County Line Cantina. There is a October 28th, 2022 notice of public hearing for this case. There's a October 26th, 2022 letter from India Phillips, Revenue Examiner 3, to the board. There's an email from Mike Ritchie to Joe Vance. Dated October 26, 2022. There's an October 21st, 2022 notice of public hearing for this case. There's an October 24th, 2022 letter from India Phillips, Revenue Examiner 3, to the board. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Tammy Ledley, Town Manager for Hampstead. The above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. Property is outside the municipal limits of the town of Hampstead. There's a response to Joe Vance's request from Lisa Staley, Health Department. This establishment does not meet the requirements of this office. See attached memo. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Belinda Gassell, Collections Office. The above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. And then there is an application. And the application includes notice of hearing. Yep, there's October 7th, 2022 letter from Michael Ritchie to the board. And let's see, the application includes character references, MVA records, workers' comp information, criminal background information, SDAT information, a menu, ownership information, articles of incorporation, let's see, workers' comp, floor plan, plot plan, menu, other licensed establishments, a lease, and asset purchase agreement. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that as evidence. At this time, I would ask all those who intend to testify in the case, please stand, raise your right hand, be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You may be seated. At this time, Mr. Ritchie, it's nice of you to come here this afternoon. You may proceed. I assume you are handling the case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am, for the record, Michael Ritchie, Stoner Preston in Boswell, Westminster, Maryland, on behalf of the applicant. The applicant is here, and we're ready to proceed. If I may call my first witness.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Troutman? Yes. Be sure to speak into the microphone. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Neil Andrew Troutman, 808 Trapper Court, Hampstead, Maryland, 21074.
Thank you. And you're here as the applicant to be the resident licensee for the entity known as WOR Inc., trading as County Line Cantina. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave your address, and that's located in Carroll County. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how long have you lived there?
Going on 12 years.
Okay. And are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes.
And where were you born?
Baltimore, Maryland.
Thank you. Have you, sir, ever been convicted of a felony or violating gambling laws?
No.
Have you ever been found guilty of violating alcoholic beverage laws?
No.
Or any other laws or felonies against the laws of the United States or any other state?
No.
Have you ever held a license for the sale of alcoholic beverages previously?
No, I haven't.
Have you ever applied for one?
No.
And you're going to have a 10% financial interest in this business, is that correct?
Yes, that is.
Okay, and other than the other principal owner, Mr. Salido, will anybody else have any interest in the business to be conducted under this license?
No.
Okay. Do you have a spouse that's licensed?
No.
Will there be any other person, again, other than Mr. Salido, who have a financial interest in this license?
No.
Will any brewer, distiller, manufacturer, or wholesaler have any interest in this license other than for the purchase of inventory?
No.
If granted a license, will you conform to all laws and regulations relating to the sale of alcoholic beverages?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chapman, where are you currently employed?
Hampstead Liquors.
Okay, and that's in Robertsfield?
Shopping center, correct.
Right around the corner, basically, from this establishment.
Mm-hmm.
And what are your duties there?
Pretty much a assistant manager. I do other things. I'm in charge of actually the TAM certification for the store, which I would expand to this new place.
I also understand you're, since you both live and work in Hampstead, that should the new establishment need any backup, either front of the house, back of the house, you have experience and can provide that?
Yes, fill it as a manager. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you currently TAMS or BEST certified?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And how long have you been working at Hampstead Liquors?
Going on 5 years.
Have you personally ever been charged with any violations?
No, I have not.
Nothing further of this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlemen, do you have any questions?
I might have misheard. I think counsel was asking you if you've been charged with any violations. Is that in connection with your present employment?
That was the intent of the question, yes. And
Presently you're at a liquor store?
Assistant manager at a liquor store, yep.
And you've had no violations while there? Thank you.
So let me get this straight. You're being put on there as a licensee?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're not purchasing the business, you're the licensee that's gonna be on the.
I'm the licensee of being a liquor license. I have investment in the business.
Okay,
small
and how
business.
long have you worked at Hampstead Liquors?
Hampstead Liquors, I've worked for them going on, it's like 3 years. I've worked for 2 years before that at the, another store for Eric Solito.
So are you gonna continue to work at Hampstead Liquors?
Yes, and then fill in when needed down at the,
So how much time do you think you'll spend at the Cantina restaurant?
I would say at least 10, 15 hours a week.
Okay.
You're currently an assistant manager?
Yes.
And what will you be doing at the, this establishment?
The new establishment, I'm in charge of, would be in charge of the TAM training and keeping that all updated, which I do for Hampstead now, and acting as manager when needed, knowing both sides of the business and as far as the alcohol, the liquor, the alcohol and food, you know, just overseeing if you know, if something happens, if the manager can't be present or needs to be present.
So were you working at, you were at Hampstead Liquors when they had the violations, sale to minor violations?
Was I there?
Yeah. They had 3 of them. They had 3 violations, sale to minors at
Yes,
Hampstead
that was
Liquors.
before they changed, yeah.
So were you working there at those violations while those violations were there?
I was, you mean at the time of the violation or just
Just at the.
in general?
In
Yes.
general.
Mm-hmm.
But you weren't involved with any of those 3 violations?
No, I was not. And I wasn't in charge of the TAM at that time.
What was the response of the Hampstead Liquors to the violations, if you can recall?
The response?
Yeah, what did they do about it?
The person was fired, I'm pretty sure. I remember that. They were let go. They upgraded, we started to do the TAM certification at that point. And we have gotten everybody, and the new employees were, we actually coincide with another business in town that we get their employees together and we do a group TAM session.
Right.
Yeah.
And you were put in charge of that?
Yes.
I understand.
I'll be coordinate that with the owner of the other business.
Did the other business offer any incentives to employees who successfully passed a compliance check?
No. I think they got donuts and coffee that morning. That was about it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, got what?
I mean, they didn't, you know, it was incentive. You needed to take it. It was a requirement.
Oh, no, what I mean is some licensees will give an employee
Uh-huh.
$50
Oh,
if someone comes in and tries to purchase and they're underage, like a compliance check that we do.
I see what you're saying.
I think he misunderstood the
Yeah,
question.
he did. I didn't phrase it very well, so.
No, we don't offer any incentives, so that's part of their job, to me.
Okay.
So at Hampstead Liquors, did they accept vertical license?
No, we have a sign up. We don't accept vertical licenses.
How about County Line Cantina?
It'll be the same thing, the same policy.
Same policy, no vertical license?
No. Too many things can be done with a vertical license.
Before you were at Hampstead Liquors, where were you employed?
I worked for Mr. Solito up at Main Street. When management changed hands, I came down to help the new manager.
When you say Main Street, you mean?
Main Street Liquor.
Oh, I'm sorry, Main Street
Liquor
Liquor
Store.
Deli. Yeah,
Main Street
Liquor
Liquor
Deli, yes.
Next to J&P.
Okay. And prior to working in liquor stores or any place like that, did you have any experience in restaurant business or anything else you?
For years, I worked for Jerry's Belvedere down Northern Parkway in York Road.
Okay.
Worked in the kitchen, worked in the bar, worked in packaged goods.
Okay.
Waited tables.
So you have extensive
Oh, yeah.
experience in this type of enterprise.
Mm-hmm.
What's your investment in the business?
10%? Yes, 10%.
Did you get a stock certificate in exchange for that money?
I have minutes, but I have not yet had them issued yet. Usually I do that once it's approved.
I was looking, I thought maybe I saw in my notes that the corporation had authority to issue 1,000 shares at $1 par, and I was just trying to better grasp. So Mr. Salido is the landlord?
He's the landlord. He has contracts to purchase both the existing business and the real estate. So
Oh.
they'll happen simultaneously, so he will be, in essence, the landlord for
I
the
see.
restaurant.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Mr. Troutman, I didn't know you worked at Jerry's Belvedere. That was one of my college hangouts.
Loyola?
University of Baltimore.
Any other questions of Mr. Troutman at this time?
No, I don't have any.
Okey-doke, Mr. Ritchie?
You may sit down, Mr. Troutman. Next, I'll call Mr. Eric Salido. Mr. Salido, you've been sworn in. Can you state for the record your name and address, please?
Eric Salido, 3391 Schaefer Drive, Hampstead, Maryland.
Thank you. And you'll be the owner of the remaining 90% of the stock in the new entity known as WOR Inc., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is the purchasing entity which will operate under the same trade name of County Line Cantina, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as you just heard me indicate to the board, you have both an asset purchase agreement, which is in the board's file for the purchase of the business, as well as an agreement to buy the real estate, which is owned by the same people, different entities, though.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's the total investment, real estate and business?
$550,000.
Okay. And of that, you've gotten financing approval for about 400, is that correct?
It's a little bit more than that, I think, but. yeah,
Somewhere in the 400 to 425 range?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And is that from a local bank?
Correct. Farmers and Merchants.
Farmers and Merchants, okay. So you own and operate the business that's referred to as Main Street Liquors, which is a packaged goods store up the street, is that correct?
Yes.
You have other managers working under you up there, is that correct?
Correct.
You're going to serve as the overall general manager of the restaurant, overseeing the employees that you'll have there, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And will you be hiring a manager to work for you there?
Yeah, I have a couple people there.
Okay. How many employees totally, wait staff, cook, et cetera, do you anticipate?
5 to 10.
5 to 10, okay. Tell the board briefly what you plan to offer, either in addition to or in replacement of some of the things on the current menu.
I was going to take it a little bit different from a Mexican cantina and breakfast facility and do more American grill. It doesn't come with liquor, so it'll be beer and wine. My goal is to promote local breweries, in-serve, and maybe they could do events. Also work with the liquor store with a couple local wineries that I'll push through the store as well. I'll serve their wine, and I'll hopefully do some stuff where they can come do tastings and we pair it with different food.
Good. You are actually on the license at Main Street Liquors, is that correct?
It's correct. It's a Class A license.
On the Class A license. How long has that been? How long have you had that store?
16 years, February 22nd.
And if my memory serves me, you've had one violation in almost 16 years for a sale to minor there?
That's correct.
Okay. And I take it you're TAM certified?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Troutman testify as part of his duties working for you at the cantina. He'll make sure that anybody serving will be TAM certified as well.
Yeah, we do it, he had mentioned, we work with CNR. It's Main Street Liquors, Hampstead Liquors, and CNR Pub. We utilize their restaurant for TAM certifications. I believe they're good for 5 years now. I'm not 100% if it's 5, but we try to do them on occasion as we have turnover to try to have the majority of the staff certified. And it's always, or typically, I try to have someone who is TAM certified in the establishment at all times.
I don't know if you were paying attention when the board's counsel read the introductory remarks. He said something about the health department. Are you aware of any issues with the health department?
So, yeah, they came and did an initial inspection, and then they came, actually, Mary was with me. I don't remember what the date was, but we did get approved. I don't know why it would say that we didn't.
I assume it was just their initial.
That was the initial one, yeah. We had to.
As far as you know, you're good with them.
Yeah, we made the corrections that were requested.
Okay.
What was it?
I don't have anything further at this time of Mr. Salido.
So, Mr. Salido, quick question. Main Street Liquors and Hampstead Liquors are competitors?
Yes.
And our applicant, Mr. Troutman, works for your competitor? Or are my notes wrong?
So, yes, well, he won't be the competitor of the restaurant.
Right.
Yeah.
You own those two, don't you?
Just to be clear, Mr. Salido's wife is the licensee at Hampstead Liquors.
For Hampstead Liquors?
Yes.
And for Main Street Liquors, you're the...
I'm the licensee.
He's the licensee, yes,
Yep,
that's
and
correct.
full owner. Mr. Dan Bowles, my wife, actually, my brother-in-law runs Hampstead Liquors.
Okay.
But you're the owner.
Of Main Street, not Hampstead.
Who owns Hampstead?
90% Kristen Salido, 10% Dan Bowles.
So your wife is on the license, and
She is not on the license.
I thought you
No,
just
she
said
is at Hampstead Liquors.
She's owner. She is not licensed.
Oh, that's right.
Mr. Dan
That's
Bowles
right.
is the
Dan's
license holder.
the licensee there.
Dan was it?
Dan Bowles?
B-O-W-L-E-S.
But she's 90% owner of that one.
Yes,
And you're 90% owner, or 100% owner of the other one.
correct.
So there's family interest.
And you're
in
gonna
both.
be 90% owner of this establishment?
Of the restaurant?
Yes.
Yes,
You're also gonna be the landlord.
correct.
How many can you seat?
It's, there's a septic issue which limits it to 25. And from what I understand, and I'm not 100% sure, but when Brian came for the license, I think you guys made an accommodation on the seating for a beer and wine, Class B, from a 50 to a 25 possibly.
Yeah, we did.
30 to 20.
30 to 25, yes.
I apologize. And then, yeah, so I'm not sure exactly how it worked, but it can only seat 25 max.
That was my question, because this diagram only shows 4 or 5 tables and several
Correct.
at the bar.
Yeah.
Any other questions, Mr. Salido?
What are your policies going to be for the, you also agreed no vertical license?
Correct. We went, I think when Keith came in, he did a really good job with that handbook, and then they came out with all the things that we hang up and put on our counter. During COVID, with all the masks, it got pretty hectic, and it was just easier to completely do away with any vertical licenses at all, so.
And are you doing a card all, or you're going to do a like 40 and under or 30 and under?
Fortunately, most of our, probably 95% of my customers are return customers. So We know most of them. When somebody's new, I require that they card anybody that looks under 30. And then, as they get to know the customer base, we obviously don't re-card people that we know well.
But in-house training, are you going to have in-house training? And
Yeah, well, I'm pretty hands-on with
so you'll be
training.
responsible for that?
Well, Neil is going to handle all the paperwork and the TAM scheduling and everything, but I'm pretty adamant about underage sales. We've been open 15 years, and I don't know what my file says, but I'm sure we've been checked close to 100 times between cigarettes and alcohol. And one of my employees did make a mistake, and he attended the hearing with me. We've made as many corrections as we can. Nobody's 100%, but we try.
Any other excuse me, any other questions? If not, Mr. Ritchie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Give me a step down. Mr. Chairman, if the board please, I'll call the character witnesses. Guys can step forward, please. You can both have a seat. And you've both been sworn in, and following my policy, I always go ladies first. So, Ms. Stover, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Carter Stover, 906 Clearview Avenue, Hampstead, Maryland, 21074.
Thank you. And do you know the applicant, Mr. Troutman?
Yes, I do.
How long would you say you've known him?
Approximately 5 years.
Okay, and how did you meet?
Working at the liquor store.
Okay. So you've been a co-worker with him for that period of time?
Yes,
Okay. Based on your knowledge of him, do you think he's a person of good character?
absolutely.
Do you think he's a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license here in Carroll County?
Yes, I do.
Nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlemen, any questions?
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I'll ask Mr. Gunning to state his name and address for the record, please.
William Gunning, 3398 Schaefer Drive, Hampstead, Maryland, 21074.
Okay. And same questions to you, sir. Do you know Mr. Troutman?
Yes, I do.
How long have you known him?
Approximately 3 years
And how did you meet?
at the store.
Are you an employee there as well?
I'm not, I work part-time on the floor.
Okay, thank you. Based on your knowledge of him for the past 3 years, do you believe him to be a person of good character?
Yes,
Do you think he's a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
yes.
Thank you. Nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlemen,
I have nothing.
I have none.
thank you.
Thank you, both. Mr. Chairman, I don't have any further evidence to present. If the board please, I'll make a quick closing statement.
Before you do, Inspector, do you have any comments?
Only thing I have to say is, I've known Eric for a long time, has always been there answering questions, and he's a good person. My brother actually knows Neil from high school, so if my brother knows him, he's a good person. I did do a walkthrough at County Line Cantina. They do need to add some more tables and chairs. They did not have their minimum 20 seats, but I talked to Eric about that already.
Yes, we're aware of it.
And that drawing they submitted, there was a pool, that was one of the squares is a pool table.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Wasn't labeled as a pool table.
Yeah.
Just-
My drawing doesn't have a pool table on it.
Okay, the one that,
The cantina one, the old one?
Yeah.
There was a pool table on it.
yeah, there was a pool table, but it's gone now, and
Yeah, it was a longer square table on the drawing. The others, 3 of them were round, and then there was another one smaller, but there was one that could easily be taken for a pool table. I thought it was a table for 8 or 10, but anyway. If there's no other testimony, it is closed, and we'll go into closing arguments. Comments? Mr. Ritchie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you and the board have heard from the applicant to be the resident licensee. He qualifies as far as his, where he lives. He's got fairly expansive experience, more than I knew, quite frankly, in the in what I'll call generally the trade, including the sale of alcoholic beverages both at liquor stores and restaurants. He's going to add to his duties of overseeing the TAM's certification process at the new location, and will be serving as a backup manager as needed when people are out sick or on vacation, and lives and works in the area, so is certainly available to check on the premises from time to time. And you also heard from the majority owner, who's making a significant investment both in purchasing the business as well as the real estate. He's a local guy, local business owner, and is continuing to provide employment and opportunities in the Hampstead area. And you've heard him testify as well, and the board's record should back it up, that he's had one violation for a sale to minors in over 15 years at his current packaged goods location. And you also heard from the character witnesses, Mr. Chairman, who both testified that the applicant meets the criteria for being a person of good character as well as a fit and proper person. And therefore, Mr. Chairman, I believe the application meets the criteria established by the board, and I respectfully request that you grant the application.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. Inspector Benford, you have any final comments?
I do not.
Testimony and evidence is about to be closed, but I just have one question, and I probably missed it. What are the hours of operations going to be?
Mr. Chairman, you didn't miss it. I forgot to ask the question, although it's in my notes. Mr. Salido, can you address that?
My intention is at the beginning to open Monday through Friday, 11 to 7 or 8, and then open occasional Saturdays and or Sundays. I just need to get the staffing up to speed before I can do that.
What was it, Monday to Friday is what?
Monday through Friday, 11 to 7 or 8, I haven't decided yet, and then Saturdays and Sundays as we can, basically.
Okay. Therefore, testimony and evidence is closed, and now we will deliberate on the merits of the case and come to a decision. Gentlemen, you've heard the testimony. Comments?
Commissioner Barnhart, after hearing the testimony that was presented, I feel that Mr. Troutman is a fit and proper individual to hold a liquor license. He's had two character witnesses, and he certainly has had a vast experience and knowledge in the industry. So with all that said, I would encourage to approve it.
Thank you, Mr. Harmony. I agree with everything you've said. I also agree with Mr. Ritchie's comments on the qualifications of this applicant. And, well, without further ado, I would make a motion if it's proper at this time.
It is in order.
Mr. Chairman, in the case of 6424, an application for the transfer of a Class BW beer wine 7-day license to be issued to Neil Troutman for the use of WR Inc., trading as County Line Cantina, I move that the application be granted.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second that.
Motion's been properly made and seconded that this board approve the application for a Class B W Beer and Wine 7-day license to be issued to Neil Troutman for the use of WR Inc., trading as County Line Cantina, 123 Hanover Pike in Hampstead, Maryland. Any further discussion on the motion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. Congratulations, gentlemen. Mr. Ritchie, thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good luck, and best wishes.
Thank you very much.
We can do this.
You want to do welcome packet?
Thank you.
Look.
Okay.
Careful falls, we've got no time to read that.
That one's on the other side. When you introduce the file, take your time.
Okay. look like the next case is here.
So, for the hearing before this one, the gentleman is going to have to go through all this stuff.
That Class D license is
Is that right? The one where the lady,
Yeah. He's got to get the applications and all the jazz and so on and so forth.
yeah, but it looks like also, if the transferor and the transferee must appear at the hearing, need the proposed contract of sale. So all he has right now is a letter of intent. So he's got a lot to do.
He does, got a lot to do. Well, he's got to get, I would think, all paraphernalia that she needs to do the advertising of it.
Right.
And put the finishing touches on whatever else you got to have before.
So what I would suggest is for Keith to sit down with him and just say about, or give him a copy of this, because I don't know if he ever got a copy. Maybe the lady has a copy.
Yeah, somebody needs to,
Yeah, just,
hey, here's what you got to do, A, B, C, D.
yeah, that's what.
Real quick.
Go ahead, go ahead. We take a 5-minute recess. We're back in session. At this time, I would ask Mr. Dixon to call case 6423, please.
All right, case 6423, an application for a new Class D beer and wine license to be issued to Gregory E. Barron and Hector E. Carta for the use of Beer Bath, Inc., trading as Beer Bath, 1213 Liberty Road, Unit B4, Building 2, Eldersburg, Maryland, 21784, in Election District 5. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. An October 28th, 2022, notice of public hearing. An October 21st, 2022, notice of public hearing. A letter from India Phillips, Revenue Examiner 3, October 18th, 2022, letter to the board. A response to Joe Vance's request from various state and local agencies from Belinda Gassell Collections Office. The above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Lisa Staley Health Department. This establishment does not meet the requirements of this office. See the attached memo. There's an October 11th, 2022 letter from Joe Vance to India Phillips, Revenue Specialist. Notice of this hearing, October 11th, 2022 letter from Joe Vance to Mr. Gregory E. Barrett. There's a November 3rd, 2022 letter from Kelly Schaefer Miller to the board. And the letter includes an application, there's character references, criminal background information, MVA records, workers' comp information, bylaws, SDAT information, stock information, other licensed establishments, articles of incorporation, plot plan, floor plan, naturalization certificate, and ownership information. And a lease. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that in evidence. This time, I would ask all those who intend to testify in the case, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. All may be seated. Ms. Kelly, you may proceed, please.
I was about to say good morning, but it's now afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Kelly Schaefer Miller, 73 East Main Street, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. I'm here today on behalf of Beer Bath. I have with me Mr. Greg Baran and Mr. Hector, I'll call him Enriquez because that's how he introduced himself to me, both present and seated to my left. As you are aware from the introduction of the file, they have applied for a Class D beer and wine license. You will hear specifics in the testimony, but the request today is for a 7-day. I understand that this board has, tweaked its rules and regs recently through a public hearing, but as far as I am aware, that's still on the books, the 7-day versus 6-day. So I just want to clarify that the request here today is for a 7-day Class D beer wine license. You will also hear testimony today that they are requesting the permission for the off-premise sale as well. So you'll hear information about that presented. This location is in what you know as the Princess Shopping Center at the intersection of Route 26 and 26 and 32. I'm sorry. I'm going to start, and I will ask that it be entered as an exhibit once we begin testimony, but I wanted to provide everybody with the floor plan that I've kind of marked up a little bit for clarification, because I think it will be helpful throughout our discussion today. So, Mr. Dixon, I've marked yours as applicant's exhibit 1. I think I have it up for everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I feel so appreciated.
Right, so we will talk through this during testimony, but for this one, because there are two kind of components of this business, there is proposed to be kind of the front ale house after you enter, and then a rear spa portion. I thought it would be extra kind of just helpful for you all to have this in front of you as we're talking through it. So with that, I'm going to first call Mr. Greg Baran. Mr. Baran, can you please state your name and address, spelling your last name for the record?
Sure. Yeah, Gregory Barron, 5891 Woodbine Road, Woodbine, Maryland, 21797, Baran.
And you heard my introduction, but is it accurate that you are here today requesting a 7-day Class D beer wine license with off-sale premises capability?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And are you a resident and registered voter in Carroll County?
Yes, I am.
Can you please tell the board what your current employment is and what your position is?
Correct. I currently work for a technology company called Tenable. I'm the deputy CIO.
And in that position, can you just generally describe your responsibilities?
Yeah, generally responsible for oversight of a department. There's 57 people there, performance management, HR, and obviously the technical side of the function.
And in your application, you identified one incident on your driving record that was not a conviction, but that you kind of explained in the application. Can you please just tell the board about that, when it occurred, where it occurred, and just a brief summary?
Yeah, 19 years ago, I was pulled over. I was charged with DUI in Baltimore. The case was dismissed, no conviction, and no other blemishes or issues on my record since then, 19 years ago.
Okay, so there's been nothing else on your record since then?
Correct.
Okay. Did you form the entity known as Beer Bath Incorporated?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that's the entity that this application has been filed under, correct?
Yes.
And are you the named president of that entity?
Yes, I am.
What percentage of the stock do you hold in that entity?
75%.
And who are the other members of the entity?
Hector Enriquez and Freddie Chiotti.
And is Hector the named secretary of the entity?
Yes.
And is it accurate that Freddie, as this is just for the board's clarification, all of this is laid out in the corporate paperwork that's been submitted with this, but can you just clarify for us, Greg, that is Freddie a non-voting and non-office holding member?
That's correct.
Okay. What would your role be in this business?
Yeah, operator, owner. Right now, we've decided on spending 50% of my time there, shared with Hector, and the oversight management from the financials, hiring, and getting the business up and running.
Now, in my opening, I said where this is, but can you just confirm, is this location at the Princess Shopping Center?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is it accurate that you will be leasing the space? You will not own the space?
Correct. We're leasing it.
Okay. And I think this board is familiar with some of the uses in there. So can you even just a little bit more accurately describe to them where in the Princess Shopping Center you're leasing space?
Yeah, we're behind below Los Aztecas restaurant on the backside.
Are you? I don't know if any of you are familiar with the new dog daycare that's coming in, but are you a door or two down from that?
Yeah, 2 doors over from Wag the Dog, which opened approximately, I think, 9 weeks ago.
I'm getting a
Okay,
confused
so
look like dog
are you
daycare.
where the bowling alley is, or
Yes.
you're where the bowling alley was?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Do you have experience in the service of alcoholic beverages?
No, I do not.
Okay. Are you TIPS or TAM certified?
TAM certified.
Okay. And in any of your prior professional capacity, did you have any experience with alcoholic beverages in general?
Not serving, but I did work for the Charmer Sunbelt Group, who owned Charmer Sunbelt Group, alcohol distributor here in Maryland. I ran technology, so I had exposure to the distribution of alcohol.
And in your current capacity at your company, are you responsible for developing training programs and management of staff?
Yes. Performance management, training up the career paths of our employee base, and holding them accountable.
in your role at this business, will you be responsible for hiring and training staff as well?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many employees do you anticipate to employ at this location?
5.
Okay. Have you and Hector talked about how you are going to train your employees?
Yeah, we're going to, we have an employee handbook that each one will sign. We plan on having in-house training. And we also plan on each one of them be getting TAMS or TIPS certified prior to start.
So just to kind of backtrack real quick, everyone you'll have a training program that certifies them in TIPS or TAMS certification.
Correct,
Staff.
correct.
And then you'll also have an in-house kind of training program
Right.
for staff.
Yes.
Okay. And will you and Hector be the ones who manage that and, I guess, implement that?
Yeah, we'll put it together. We'll implement it and get the signatures from each employee along with that TAM certification. Yes.
Okay. Have you and Hector discussed whether you will or will not accept vertical IDs?
Yeah, we will not accept vertical IDs.
Okay. Are you and Hector both aware of the state's attorney's diversion program?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And do you have a plan to notify and train your employees on that?
Yes.
Are you and Hector both also aware of the Carroll County Rules and Regulations
Yes, we are.
Board book from this board? I'm
Right.
sorry.
Yes, we are.
Okay. And do you anticipate or have you planned to incorporate that into your in-house training program?
Yes.
What are your plans on any kind of signage for the facility? Is there any signage planned, kind of geared at this alcoholic beverages?
Yeah, so signage plan will be obviously in the entrance to the building. We have one door, as you'll see on the floor plan, to get in and out of the premise. We'll have one near the register and near the register to remind the servers of the policy and the signage policy.
Now, I'm going to make an assumption here that this is a new sort of concept for this board. So with that in mind, can you just kind of generally, we'll get into the specifics of the floor plan and everything, but can you generally explain the business plan here, your thought process, how this came about?
Yeah, so the thought process is on the front side of the floor plan. You'll see it's an ale house. It's nothing different than that. We'll be serving craft beers. We are not brewing anything, and we'll be serving a light fare. So your charcuterie boards, your meats, chickens, beefs, hummus type food. So you'll be able to order food. That's on the front side. On the back side of the establishment, it is a spa. There'll be wooden tubs that are hot tubs that will be heated with water, and we will be serving alcohol and food in both of in that spa area also.
Okay, so let's dive into a little bit more specific. Well, first, before we do that, I know because I looked it up, but can you tell this board like where this concept came from? Does it exist elsewhere in the country? You know,
Yeah.
like just give them a little bit of background on that.
Yeah, can I let my partner discuss
Yeah,
that
I
point?
can.
So he
well,
is the brand.
I
right?
will. I'll ask Hector that question because I think it's helpful too. But to talk about specifically this floor plan.
Yeah.
Okay, so right now we're looking at the floor plan. You've got that in front of you. The door that's marked entrance, is that the only entrance to the facility?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so when I walk in there, I'm walking into the ale house portion, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you explain how service is provided for food and beverages within that area?
Yeah, there'll be 2 points of service. One will be at the bar, and the second will be at the table by servers.
Okay, so if I walked in, I could walk up to the bar and order something, or I could sit at a table and perhaps a bartender would come over to me and
Correct.
take my order.
Yeah, 2
Okay.
points of service.
Okay. And that would be the same for beverages and food?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as we progress to the rear of the building, that's where we have a labeled area for spa, check-in, and then the spa portion. So what spa services, is it just the tub?
Yeah,
The baths
so in
that
the
you-
back there, we'll see there's 3 rooms, 2 of which have 1 tub in them, the third have 2 tubs. You'll be able to sign up by reservation only, so you do reserve a period of time in those tubs, 90 minutes. There's also an infrared sauna on the back corner, so you can do the spa service will include the tub, the spa service, and showers to change clothing, clean up before you leave the spa area.
So the spa area, as shown on this floor plan, has those rooms, and then it also has separate bathroom facilities from the ale house portion. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And for clarification's sake, what am I bathing in?
Right. So we have a ingredient base. There's no beer. You're not bathing in beer. It's an ingredients put together around Epsom salts, hops. That's where you get the smell of the beer and such. But we are not, just to be clear to the board, and we're not sitting in actual alcohol.
You're going to have hops in the hot tubs?
Yes, it's a part of so they fill it up, they get heated. It's just we pour in ingredients into there.
Those ingredients do not contain alcohol, is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
So you said this, but I just want to kind of circle back on it. In order for me to come and utilize the spa services, I would have made a reservation, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I walk in, I go back to the reservation desk, tell me what happens, like what's the transaction?
Yeah, the
there?
transaction is we verify that you have a reservation. We do ID everyone coming into the spa area, so we check for ID, knowing that we do serve alcohol in the ID and food.
Okay, so I would check in at the spa desk, I would show ID and any kind of payment that was necessary at that point in time, and then I would be escorted or shown back to my room, correct? Okay, so I'm in a room utilizing the spa service. How do I request service of food or beverages?
Correct. So we're going to have an intercom service. So you'll press a button, it'll notify a server who will physically have to walk back into the spa area and serve whatever you requested. Whether you have alcohol, they can visibly see them and see what state they're in, and then also order more food.
Okay. So there is an actual exchange of server, just as, I mean, slightly different, but as if I was walking up to a bar and ordering a drink. I'm interacting with a staff member, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Are you, well, I asked you this, and we're going to defer that question to Hector, so I'll save that one for Hector's. Yeah, I'll let Hector front the
I can
other
speak to the brand, but
establishments.
he is
Yeah, that's fine. We'll switch that one over. Okay, so, bearing in mind that this is a unique type of use that for this board to hear about, have you and I spoken about how the inspection here could work?
Yeah, we spoke. It's a matter of on the back end side, we can get free passes right to the spa area. So a cadet or whoever coming in to inspect can go through the entire process from beginning to end throughout the year.
Okay, so I discussed with you the means to provide the inspector with access to the spa portion, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you are willing to provide the inspector and the office with a minimum of 2, but as many as they need, annual passes that would allow them access, or gift cards, whatever terminology is most appropriate, to have access to the spa portion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Under this circumstance, and in light of, how the flow works here, are you willing, do you agree that at the spa check-in, failure to ask for ID would constitute a violation?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. And that's kind of an understanding that a cadet may or may not actually want to inspect and go back and take a bath. But if they don't, a violation would occur if an ID was not asked for at the spa check-in, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you heard me in my introduction say that part of this request is the ability for off-premises consumption. Can you explain the thought process there, why you want that capability?
Yeah, the intent is to stock it with craft beer, unique beers, local craft beers, and potentially ones that are out of state. The patrons inside the ale house, the intent there is that they would want to take some of them home, buy a 6-pack. They like the beer that they got. They haven't seen it. It's not local, or it is local, and they want to take it with them. We have no intent of promoting or doing any type of advertisement of this service. It's just more of a service offering within the ale house that would be unique to those beers.
Okay. Do you understand that although the application here is in the name of an incorporation, that you are individually responsible for anything related to this liquor license?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And you understand that if the board has any need for communication or otherwise, that you are the point person?
Yes.
Okay. And have you familiarized yourself with this board's rules and regulations.
Yes, I have.
Are you willing to comply with those rules and regulations?
Yes, I am.
Those are my only questions of Mr. Baran.
I have a few questions.
Sure.
I anticipated that.
Obviously, this is a very unique request that we've never seen before. So I do have some questions. What's the age limit that can come into this place?
Yeah, and the spa?
Yeah.
Yeah, the spa's 14 or older with.
14 years?
14 years or older with a parent. or
Okay,
a
so when someone
guardian.
makes a reservation, is that spa unit just for that person, or does other people come in there too?
It's for that person.
And is it a requirement that they have to have bathing suits?
No.
There is not a requirement. What are these little rectangular things? Are they beds or are they in the back rooms?
I think those are this.
Oh, the
Let
tables?
me make sure.
Yeah.
Let me make sure. I
He's
will
talking
make
about
sure.
these right here.
That's the heaters.
The heaters, yeah.
The heat pump for
These
the,
little things.
Yeah, that's the heat pump for the tubs.
Okay.
Right, so we gotta have tankless water heaters because we have a time frame to dump, because they get dumped, and that we fill them back up and they get heated for each customer.
So the only thing that's in these rooms are just hot tubs
Correct,
in every one of the rooms?
correct.
Are there lockers in there for people to put their clothes and
No,
there's no lockers?
no, there's 2 bathrooms in the back there that will be used for locker storage, to lock your items up, go in the bathroom, change in there, lockers, and then go to the room.
Okay. So somebody comes to the desk, reception desk for the spa in the back.
Correct.
So they have, it's an adult, and they have a 15-year-old with them. So what are you going to do to make sure that those people are related?
ID check?
Are you going to do that?
Yes, yeah, we're ID checking everyone at the front.
The spot check-in.
At the spot check-in, just to be clear. So I can come into the ale house with my children. We're gonna have children, crackers and food for kids, drinks, sodas and such, but that back check-in will be ID check.
What ID would a 14-year-old have that would satisfy you?
Excuse me?
What ID would a 14-year-old have that would satisfy you?
Besides a birth certificate?
What
It'd
about
have to be break-
school, would you take a school ID?
School
'Cause
ID, right, yeah.
Schools issue IDs for all students.
Yeah, we have school ID. So, just so you understand, the expectation that a 14-year-old we know that's the minority, but we need to handle it, right? So the control is you're with a parent or guardian, and you're right, the proof of that is where we need to figure out if it's an ID, what type of ID that is.
Yeah. I mean, suppose if they make an appointment, they come in and the adult says, he doesn't have an ID, or she doesn't have an
Right.
ID. So what are you guys gonna do? Just say, well, you have to leave?
Yeah, we denial service. Yes, yeah. Yeah, we're fully aware that that area back there, although unique to this, Maryland is, there's gotta be controls all over the place back there.
Another question, are those 2 doors in the back here of the spa?
Mhm.
So they go out to the outside?
no, that's emergency.
That's an emergency exit. There's a hallway in the back there. It goes all the way across all of the other tenants, and that's the emergency exits.
Okay, so if I would go out this door, what's out here?
You could get out, you could basically get out to a stairwell to get out of the building, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many people can fit in a tub?
And the singles, 2. So you can have 2 people sitting back to back or face to face.
And each customer or each reservation gets fresh beer bath?
Yes. Yeah, so we have a process. The process between customers will be, we will drain the tubs, we will clean the tubs, spray them down and such, fill them back up and heat them back up to the temperature.
Okay. And looking at the floor plan, where is the food prepared, or where's the food come from?
Yeah, there's a service area, so if you'll see the spa portion, you'll see on the left-hand side, this is it right here. It's all preparation there, refrigeration and such. We don't cook anything, we're not microwaving or anything, everything is refrigerated. There is no,
Oh, that's the food room?
yeah, that's a food
There's a
room.
Food room right here?
You'll see the walk-in refrigerator. the sinks in there, the service area, and the door to get out for the servers to go in and out of.
Do you have an idea of fees for reservation for your hot tub?
Yeah, right now, about $90 for a single and $150 for a couple.
And what is the time limit on that again? I'm sorry. I missed that.
90 minutes.
90 minutes, right.
I'm sorry, 40 minutes, because then you go into another, 90 minutes total, 40 minutes you go into the tub, then the rest of the time you use the sauna, infrared sauna, and shower, because we got to move you through the process.
Oh, I see. So.
90 minutes total, yeah.
Right. So it's 2 steps.
2 steps.
2 spa steps. you
2
take.
spa steps, and then shower, and you're done.
And you did say that to make a reservation, there had to be at least one adult coming in with a minor, right?
Correct, yes.
Like a group of high school kids could not make a reservation?
Correct. No, not, well, not allowed for that.
Nice after prom party.
Yeah, we're not the Carroll County after high school party, no.
And for our purposes, if there's a compliance check by our inspector, you agree that the violation would occur when someone is not asked for an ID at the reception desk going into the spa?
Correct. In that, behind that bar area where we have the red line going across in the spa check-in, that's the point of entry to the spa right there.
Yeah.
That's the only way into the spa and out of the spa.
Of course, we could do compliance checks in the front of the.
Yes. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
not
No,
necessarily.
understood. That's,
Yeah.
You don't have to go into the spa to do a
Right.
compliance check. And alcohol is allowed, or not alcohol, but beer and wine is allowed into the spa.
Yes,
And you guys serve that to them.
correct.
So you'll have servers going into the private hot tub areas.
Correct. So they have a button to notify us, right, to the server, like, they would it's like a call button type thing, intercom. Server will get notified, they'll come to the door, politely go in, make sure, find out what they want more of, and be able to assess the situation based off of how many they've drank and all that, do the assessment there.
So clothing is optional in the bath?
We're gonna have a policy, a statement, a disclaimer in that back room. Hector already wrote one up, he could speak on his, when he does his testimony, but we're gonna have definitely a written policy and a visible disclaimer on the, what we accept and don't accept.
Didn't you say bathing suits are not required?
No, I mean, you can wear shorts, right? But,
So are you gonna allow, I hate to bring it up, but are you gonna allow people to go in there with no clothes into the hot tubs?
no, we're not.
Okay,
No,
that's-
no,
That's what we're
no.
trying to get at.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm very specific, like, you can wear, because, no, so there's gonna be a policy around clothing, right, being clothed, and the removal of, the response to the removal of you from the facility in that event.
Okay.
Can you tell us a little bit about the alcoholic beverages that you would like to offer? You said craft beers
Correct.
and,
Yeah, craft, just your typical craft beers, your ales, any beers, if stouts, whatnot. We'll have we're looking to have about 10 on tap right now, outside in the bar area, the ale house. And then you have your wines, seltzer, wines and seltzers just distribute, no liquor.
Okay. Are these doors in these hot tub areas, rooms, are they gonna have locks on them?
No.
Okay.
They're also gonna be frosted, the doors, so you can't see through it, but obviously you can see silhouettes.
Okay.
so basically in the tub areas, the rooms are gonna be at a normal room temperature. The tubs, you can adjust the temperature of the beer bath. And then you have a sauna where obviously it's gonna be, I assume, warm.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And then they shower off and leave happy.
Yes, very happy.
Let's hope they don't.
Yeah.
Are you offering any massages in there or
We
anything?
are not, no massage,
Okay.
nothing, no one, no massage service whatsoever, so.
Oh, I mean, a lot of spas do offer massages.
Yeah, our competitors do in other states, but not in our facility.
So there's one sauna room
Yes,
for all your customers who are in the,
yeah,
even the hot tubs?
correct.
Okay.
So if I look at this, you have accommodations for how many people total at one time in a hot tub?
You mean in the spa, in the entire spa, or just in one?
No, in the entire spa.
Right, okay.
8?
8, yeah, 2468, correct.
And what's all these things out front? Are they tables and so forth?
Correct. So you got the ale
I
house
didn't
up
count
front.
them exactly, but it's pretty close to 100 there.
Seats, correct?
Correct,
Have
seats.
all these seats out front. What's the main purpose of the establishment? Is the business plan based more on ale house, or is it based upon the sauna and the hot tubs?
Yeah, I mean, the
Why
sauna
would you have 100 out front and you only can accommodate 8 at a time?
in the back. It's more about, first off, to handle the volume, right, in the tubs and the servers and things like that. It is, we are leaning for the spa experience, right, and less of the ale house. But also we want to have the customers be able to come in just to do the ale house, and the spa is not, you don't have to participate, right? So we want to draw in both crowds, but we also want to understand from the brand standpoint, it is a spa experience that would draw you to come and witness what's going on, but you may not need to participate.
Where's the nearest establishment that you could compare to this in Maryland?
There is not one in Maryland.
There's not one in Maryland.
There's one in Denver, Orlando, and Chicago.
When you say one, you mean with a plan pretty close to this ale house spa?
Correct.
How long will it take you to change the water from the hot tub?
Yeah.
40 minutes.
Yeah, 40 minutes.
40 minutes?
Yeah.
So someone's in there waiting for their turn, and they'll wait 40 minutes for you to...
Yeah, so what's going to be critical here is scheduling. So we won't schedule them in parallel and in concert. They will be staggered, right? So you'll have a time here. We'll have windows of time between that to empty and fill them up and then heat them. And then also stagger them because we have that one infrared sauna. Bathrooms are going to make sure that we stagger everything. So it's going to be a lot of planning around that.
And what's your process for disinfection?
Yeah, we have
Yeah, it's a special, sorry, it's a special powder with chlorine and some sanitizing powder that you put after drain the water. You put that, put hot water again, clean it, and then fill it with the original beer bath.
Give him to identify himself.
Yeah, you want to state the record.
Can you please state your name, spelling your, no, it's not your fault, and last name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Hector Enriquez, Enriqueec, 400 Tanglewood Drive, Maryland, 21784.
So do you have one of these spa rooms out here in the ale area too?
That's, I believe what you're looking at is the restroom. Those
Restrooms.
are the ale house restrooms, because there are separate restroom facilities for
Circle in
both.
it like a hot
And
tub.
then women there.
Yeah.
And then next to it is,
No, those circles are, I think those measure
the
your door
wheelchairs.
swinging
Oh,
or
okay.
something.
That's for ADA, right?
Yeah, that's
For
the wheelchair
wheelchair,
space.
Okay.
that's the architect's
just a
wheelchair,
measurement, yeah.
so the wheelchairs can spin.
that just raised a question. Are these hot tubs ADA?
One hot tub will be ADA.
One
One
ADA.
room will be
Is that
ADA.
right?
Yeah.
How? This has got nothing to do with the application, other than how, you've got a tub with how many gallons of water in?
80 gallons.
80 gallons?
Yes.
How, do you open them up somehow and let the people get in, handicap, and then fill them with water, or how?
Well, they have like special steps that are for ADA step. I forgot the measure, but I think it's 8 inches is a step, so they get with the wheelchair, and they have like a rail, a handle bar. They get there and jump in the water.
I was just curious, that thought just come in my mind when you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like
about
that.
They kind of swing over the edge. You grab
Yeah.
ahead and they swing themselves over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those 3 competitors, we did some research on what they were doing, and that's how they're stating on their website, ADA compliant.
So somebody come up with this idea, like, what's the golf outfit that just opened? True Golf?
Top golf.
Top golf.
Top Golf.
Yeah.
So this is somebody else's idea comparable to that. Not comparable to it,
Yeah.
but something new.
Yeah, you can speak to.
I was going to say, Hector will get into the origination, but it's also big in Europe. I actually have spoken with somebody who's utilized this in Europe.
Yeah, that's what Hector will
Yeah.
speak to his travels and his experiences.
So, Mr. Barron, is it Barron or Baron?
It's Baron.
Your background as a tech guy,
Correct.
and how did you get interested in this new endeavor?
New endeavor. Twofold. One is, I'd say for the last 10 years, looking to figure out open up a business one was around brewing. Couldn't find anyone that could brew a good beer yet. So and then just open up that model and take advantage of the market opportunity. I came across Hector, and he had an idea. I like to run businesses, and that's where the match was made. So, so that's really that's where it started. Just meeting Hector. Yeah.
Very good.
This, you say it started in Europe originally?
I said that, but Hector
Sorry,
can say
Hector.
that again.
Yeah, this is originating from Norway and Iceland. It's very common in Europe to find beer bath. There is one in Spain, Norway, well, so many countries. And in the United States, as Greg said, there is 4. It's Chicago, Orlando, Denver, and Oregon. So yeah, the idea is not new. It's thousands of years ago, the people in Europe used that. The Viking used it for so many years. And then they created like a business from this, and we are trying to put that in the United States. Yeah.
It's a very similar concept to what was referred to when I was there as Japanese bathhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Similar concept.
Never been in one.
Well, if you ever had a Japanese bath in one of those reputable outfits in Tokyo, you wouldn't forget it.
So just to clarify a little thing from me, Mr. Enriquez, your last name is Enriquez, or is it
Enriquez.
Carta?
Well, both. Enriquez Carta, because in my country we use 2 last
Okay,
names.
so it's like a hyphenated type of?
Yes.
Okay.
And you're gonna do all this with 5 or 6 employees?
Yes.
Because in the spa, there is no one will be at the same time. The 8 people will not be at the same time. We're gonna have like a split times. So we're gonna have maximum of 4 people in the spa at the same time. But they're gonna get different shifts for the sauna and the showers and the hot tub. So we're gonna have only 1 employee to serve the spa area, 1 employee checking the IDs and all the reception area for the spa, and 3 more, 1 in the bar area, 1 bartender, and the other 2 servers.
Mr. Enriquez, what is your background?
I'm a graphic designer, but I work like a hospitality photographer for so many years, and that's how I know this kind of business.
Okay, so have seen this business in Europe?
Yep, so many times. Yeah. I will be inside more than 1 time.
Yeah, well, I kind of figured.
What are your hours of operation? Maybe you might have said that, and I was looking through the folder.
We have not gotten there yet, so
Yeah.
Wonderful.
fair
Yeah.
game.
Yeah, so Monday through Thursday, 11 to 10, Friday through and Saturday, 11 to 11, and on Sunday, 11 to 7. So opening each day at 11, weekdays at 10, and closing on Friday, Saturday, 11,
So Monday through Thursday, you said 11 to 10.
11 to 10. Friday, Saturday, 11 to 11, and Sunday, 11 to 7.
Hey, Kelly, was there a menu in the?
We did not provide a menu because this is not the Class B license, but I'm sure Mr. Barron could specify a little bit more about the exact food
I'm just
that.
kind of curious.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the menu, we're gonna have pretty much charcuterie boards with special meats, wild meats, including wild boar, goat, and the cheese. We're gonna have special cheese, craft cheese too. We're gonna have pickles, snacks, what else I'm missing? Kids food, yeah. We're gonna have even dog beer. There is a special beer made for dogs.
Yeah, dog treats.
Dog treats, yeah.
So you have dogs there?
Yeah, it's a family place. It's a friendly place. We allow dogs and pets and kids, anyone.
And what stage are you in renovation, if you even started?
We are starting right now. We are starting to ask for the permits, the building permits.
Right now. The request going to for the permits.
Are the dogs gonna be allowed back into the sauna?
I think that might be, I don't think the dog's allowed in a restaurant as it is.
Well,
I need to check the
Yeah,
health
we've got
department.
health, yeah, we're working with them on, they want to get the permits
I
pulled.
mean,
and
besides
everything.
service dogs, but I mean, yeah.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Oh, I was gonna sign Raven up.
We'll stay outside.
Okay, is there any other questions of these two gentlemen before we move on?
I am going to have Mr. Enriquez testify as well, just to a few points.
Good.
Let's do it.
Okay, let me circle back real quick, just based on some of your questions, and clarify something with Mr. Barron. Will all of these policies and kind of practices of the spa be made clear to somebody as they're making a reservation or prior to making the reservation?
Yes.
Okay, so they will have signed up theoretically knowing that they will be expected to present an ID at check-in, and that, you know, here are the clothing policies, and you're available to access the sauna after your spa. Like, all of that will be part of signing up
Yeah, it's
for a
part of the-
reservation,
yeah, that'll be
correct?
part of the sign-up process and check-in process online, yeah.
Okay. I'm just thinking of my own experiences, and I think that answers some of the questions that came up. So, okay, those are my only questions of Mr. Barron. Next, I'm going to call Mr. Enriquez if this board does not have any additional questions of Mr. Barron. Okay. Well, Mr. Enriquez, you already stated your name and address, so I will ask you to clarify. Is it accurate that you are the named Secretary of Beer Bath Incorporated?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and what percentage of the stock do you hold in the entity?
20%.
Okay, and you heard, is it accurate that you were here today and heard all of Mr. Barron's testimony?
Yes.
Okay, was it all true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, very accurate.
Okay, can you explain to this board what your role in this business will be? I think you kind of just gave them some of that answer, but.
Yeah, I will be the owner and operator, and I will be daily basis there until we can get, at the beginning, I will be there every single day.
Okay, so you'll be hands-on operator and manager and kind of jack of all trades, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Do you have experience in the service of alcoholic beverages?
No.
Okay. Are you TAM certified?
Yes, I am.
And you've explained to this board, I think, a lot of the background of this business concept and the other locations. So if this board has any additional questions there, I'm sure you're prepared to answer those, but I'm not going to delve into that because I think you gave them a good overview of that. In your role in this business, will you and Greg both be responsible for the hiring and training of employees?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard Greg's testimony about how that training will be handled, TIPS or TAM certifications, in-house training policies. Is all of that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Do you have anything additional that to add to that wasn't stated?
No, everything was good, yeah.
Okay. And you heard Mr. Barron testify to the reason for the request behind the off-premises sale capability. Did he accurately describe that as well?
Yes.
Okay, so it's accurate to say that that's just an amenity to any patrons, not intended for, you know, to be advertised as a separate ability or anything like that?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And do you understand that although you've applied to this board under the name of an incorporation, that you are individually responsible for this license?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Have you taken the time to familiarize yourself with this board's rules and regulations?
Yes.
Are you willing to comply with all of those rules and regulations?
Yes, I am.
Those are my only questions of Mr. Enriquez.
Mr. Enriquez, how did you come to meet, again, this might have already been testified to, Mr. Barron?
Well, our kids go to the same school. Yeah, so we meet, don't remember exactly what moment, but we meet in one day with activity kids. And then I'm a beer lover. He likes beers too, so we start talking about beers one day. And then he told me about the brewery that he was trying to build, and I say, hey, I have another idea that is better than a brewery. So, yeah, and that's how everything started.
So, it looks like this is pretty specialized equipment that is not readily at Home Depot, for instance. So I'm thinking that the investment that you gentlemen are going to put into this is not insubstantial. Where will you get this specialized equipment? You have to order from Europe?
No, the equipment, we can get it from here because it's a wood cedar hot tops. So it's like a special hardwood that is cedar. Oh, cedar.
Cider.
Cider, okay. That one. Hot top, yeah.
But how about the machinery that mixes the special
Yes,
beer
it's,
bath?
there are different powders that we use. Everything is natural. Some powders are the same that used to brew with beers, and we put it with Epsom salt and water. Only mix it inside the water, and that's it. That's why we have to drain the water, because that powder cannot go through a filter. So we drain the water with sanitizers and then fill it again, and we put the powder again in the water.
So it's not necessarily a specialized
Equipment?
device or machinery to make the
No,
the bath?
no.
Okay.
Actually, that helped my understanding as well, because didn't you mention to me that some facilities I could actually buy like the powder and take it home and do
Yeah,
it myself?
exactly.
Yes, that when he said that to me, it all kind of clicked.
Are they gonna have growlers?
They don't, they might want to, but that's not on the table today. Yeah.
Because you said draft, draft beer, I think would want to have a growler.
Yeah, I think that with the craft brewery focus being these specialty beers, yeah, it would be something that they would ultimately be interested in.
Are these tubs similar to what I could buy at the Howard County Fairgrounds or the State Fairgrounds?
I don't think we have an answer to that question.
Well, it's not jetted tub, right? It's not, it's just.
Is that the question? Oh, okay.
Soaking tub?
It's a soaking tub, not.
Yeah, it's not the
Not-
one with
not
either
jetted,
yet,
right,
no.
no, yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that, Mr.
I'm just-
Penfer, because I was just.
They have them both.
Okay, I mean,
Okay.
but basically, it's sitting in a hot tub.
Yeah.
I mean, a pot.
Soaking tub.
Whatever.
What's what's the charge gonna be, $190 or something?
What?
$90.
For how long?
Per person.
1 hour, 40 minutes in the hot tub and 90 minutes in the entire place.
90 per person?
90 per person, yeah.
90
When
for
it's
single.
single.
150 for a couple.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you got a 14-year-old and a parent, the parent has to be with them at all times?
Yes.
Right.
How about if they got a 3-year-old kid with them? What are you gonna do with the 3-year-old kid? You gonna let them back here?
There is no space for that because the room is for two.
So who's gonna take care of the 3-year-old kid?
Someone
let
that
'em in.
they've brought with.
Someone they brought with them, or they're not using the.
Yeah, or
you
they're
know.
not using the facility.
Yeah, they won't be able, we can't use the facility.
Any other questions? None at this time. Ms. Kelly, you wanna move on, please?
Yes, I do have two character witnesses with me as, well, actually, I have four, not two. I have four character witnesses with me. So first, I'll call, is it Patricia Enriquez?
Correct.
Yes, okay. And Jake Griffiths? So you guys, if you just want to, well, you can either stand at that mic or get wherever you can access a microphone, okay? Oops. So Patricia, we'll start with you. Can you please state your name, spelling your last name, and address for the record?
Sure. Hello, everybody. My name is Patricia Coronado, Coronado.
Okay. Sorry, I called you Enriquez. And your address for the record, please.
400 Tanglewood Drive, Sykesville, Maryland, 21784.
And who are you here today as a character witness for?
Mr. Barron.
Okay. And how do you know Greg?
I know Greg because it happened that our kids go to the same school and we do activities together. I ended up being Katie's friend, and then we do like gatherings at home. We get together with the kids, and it's so cool because we're mixing cultures here and we come up with this great idea. And I have been, friends since about 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in your relationship with Greg, have you found him to be an honest and reliable person to hold a liquor license?
Yes, of course.
Those are my only questions of Ms. Patricia, unless anyone else has.
Ms. Coronado, have you been to one of these beer spas somewhere before?
Yes, I have. The one in Orlando.
And what was your experience there?
It was amazing. It was an experience, like this weird experience that you don't even know that exists, but once you're there, it is so cool because you get into this bathtub and it's so refreshing and you feel relaxed and you have that opportunity to be with somebody, your friend or your kid or whoever, and just have a good time, and then you're drinking beers.
So did the atmosphere feel like a family-friendly atmosphere?
Yes, 100%. Yeah.
What kind of beer did you drink or wine?
I'm learning to drink IPAs, but to be honest with you, I like any kind. I like light beers. Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Griffiths, can you please, you can step up to any of the hot mics. Can you please state your name, spelling your last name, and address for the record?
Yes, it's Jake Griffiths, Griffiths. I live at 330 Brookfield Drive in Sykesville, Maryland, 21784.
And who are you here today as a character witness for?
Greg Barron,
Okay. And how long have you known Greg?
10 or 11 years.
And how do you know Greg?
I first met Greg because my eldest son and his second son were at preschool together. So we met them 10 years ago when we put our kids at Goddard in Eldersburg. And I now have a daughter also, and my daughter's the same age as one of his daughters, and we've just been friends for about 10 years.
And in your relationship with Greg, have you found him to be a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
Yes.
Those are my only questions of Mr. Griffiths.
Questions, gentlemen?
I have none.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I would next call, we'll start with Kate Barron.
She wasn't sworn in.
She came in
Let's
late.
swear her in real quick.
Yes, thank you. I made a note of that, and then I forgot to just say it. Thank you.
Stand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you, Ms. Vance. Ms. Barron, can you please state your name, spelling your last name, and address for the record?
My name is Catherine Barron, B-A-R-A-N. I live at 5891 Woodbine Road, Woodbine, Maryland, 21797.
And who are you here for today as a character witness?
Hector Enriquez.
And approximately how long have you known Hector?
2 years.
And how do you know Hector?
Our daughters go to school together. That's how we initially met.
Okay. And in your relationship with Hector, do you find him to be a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
Yes.
Okay. Those are my only questions of Ms. Barron.
Gentlemen?
No questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would next call Mr. Robert Scott. Mr. Scott, you probably get the gist by now, but can you please state your name, spelling your last name, and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Robert Scott, S-C-O-T-T. I live at 5925 Bowie Mill Court in Durwood, Maryland,
Okay.
which is Rockville. But
And Mr. Scott, who are you here today for as a character witness?
Hector Enriquez,
Okay. And approximately how long have you known Hector?
15 years
And how do you know Hector?
through business.
Okay. So you've worked together?
Yes,
Okay. And in your relationship with Hector, do you find him to be a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
absolutely.
Those are my only questions of Mr. Scott.
And I assume you found him very reliable in the business world.
Yes, I, excuse me, I have a real estate team. My wife and I have a real estate team. Prior to that, I had a office supply company, and he did the second generation of our website development. And since then, I've been using him for various things as well. I think he sold himself short because he didn't tell you that he not only does web development but he also markets, designs, and helps restaurant owners launch their marketing campaign, from menus to the signage to the color scheme in the building. In addition to that, he does an amazing job with wood cutting. So currently I'm using him, or not wood cutting, but carving. Currently I'm using him on a project that the person just bought a beach house, and he's going to be picking out the piece of wood, and he's very knowledgeable on the different types of wood, and then coming up with some ideas to present to my client, and then actually implementing it as well. So overall, just a universal guy.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
You said he's familiar with wood. Can he drive a 10-penny nail in a 10-year-old locust post without bending?
You know, that's a good question. That's a hard piece of wood, sir. So a sight to see. I know that.
Any other questions?
No.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
That concludes my testimony.
Inspector Benford, do you have anything to say?
I did go down to the site. The site is sitting vacant right now. It's gonna be a while before they get up and running. And I'm just wondering if I need to put a request in for a pair of shorts.
I don't want to see that on the next budget. Gentlemen, do you have any other questions at this time?
No, I think council has presented a pretty thorough case.
If there are no questions at this time, evidence and testimony has closed, and we'll hear any closing remarks.
Thank you. I know that this is a unique concept to Carroll County. I feel like over the past few years, this board has seen several different unique businesses starting to kind of crop up within the county, and I think it's, as a resident, I'm excited about them, and I hope everyone else is too. I think that today you heard testimony from two very qualified applicants. Yes, this is a new type of business for the county, but that does not mean that it can't be run very successfully by these two gentlemen who I think have presented a plethora of testimony that speaks to their ability to run a business like this and their investment in that business. You heard from two people who are very excited to be small business owners and who take this very seriously. The application itself speaks for itself, not to repeat myself, but the qualifications are met, and I believe that all of the testimony was presented by two very capable and fit and responsible people to hold this license. So I would request this board's approval for a Class D beer wine license with off-premises capability for the reasons that were stated during today's testimony. Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Is-
Go ahead.
Well, if it was, this might be the third time today that I've agreed with counsel wholeheartedly. Your attorney has made a very good case for you and has set out what you want to do. And it is a little strange for us, the concept, but I find it very intriguing. And I live in Eldersburg, and if you get this up and running, I will be very happy to check it out. I agree that both of you are very qualified, character-wise, fitness-wise, and also experience-wise. You're serious people, and I think you know what you're doing, and I think you have a really good idea what you want to do. And I think you will succeed if we grant this license. And I look forward to hearing from.
I agree with Commissioner Barnhart that it is a very unique enterprise that we're not used to seeing in this county, and I'm not objective. I don't object to a new type of business. I do have some issues, and I hope that you two can be responsible individuals and business people to make sure that none of the issues that could happen in this facility. As you know, I'm a little concerned about, I think your age limit is a little too young. I think you should be a little bit higher than that. And looking at the Denver beer, have you been to the Denver one?
No, in the Denver one.
Looking at the Denver one, they're a lot more relaxed about their spa there. I was reading it.
Mm-hmm.
They don't require any clothes at all. Hopefully, you'll be responsible individuals, and I think it's worth giving it a try to see if it works out in this county. So with all that said, I can make a motion, unless you have
Before
something
you do
to
that, I
say.
didn't give our inspector a chance to make any final comments.
I mean, talking to Kelly, and I think with these people being very knowledgeable and everything, I think we can make it work for the underage inspections. And I think it'd be very interesting. I hope you do approve it.
Yeah, Kelly made a very good point about how we can do our job, and you've thought it through well and presented us with a very workable.
She did call me, and we talked about it, so do I get some credit?
No, because I called you. Just kidding.
I probably missed it. When do you anticipate opening?
March.
March?
March.
You may have said it, but
I
I
don't think so, Mr. Benford.
I missed it.
Not with our county permits. Sorry to be that.
And you understand, I'm sure your attorneys explained that anytime we grant a license like this, it's conditioned on
Permits.
getting all those
we know
permits
that.
lined up and
Yeah, we're
taken
aware.
care of, I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah.
In your permitting system, you have to request a certain amount of water?
What, sorry?
Water, that's jurisdiction specific. I'm not certain that there's any sort of permitting, county permitting question related to that for this type of use. But certain
Commercial.
jurisdictions would,
It's a commercial operation.
Right.
and
right?
But it's on public water and sewer too, which,
It don't matter.
no, but I mean,
Don't
with
matter.
allocation.
It's not an allocation, and I was just curious
Yeah.
whether they had to have an allocation or not, but they'll find that out.
Yeah, we'll find out. We have the plumbing engineer, right, MEP engineers that are putting, we expect that, those type of questions to come
What'd you
back.
tell, 40 gallons? Is that what you said?
80.
80 gallons.
Per ton.
80 gallons when it's full, but probably we're gonna fill it with only 60 because with the weight of the person, of 2 person, the water go up, so.
Yeah, if you get somebody like one of our inspectors in there, that push it right up. What?
I knew that was coming.
Go ahead.
With all that said, I'm open-minded enough to give it a try and see how it goes. Hopefully, you guys will be responsible enough to make sure it's monitored the way it should be monitored. So with all that said, I make a motion to approve the application for a new Class D beer wine license to be issued to Gregory E. Barron and Hector E. Carda for the use of Beer Bath, Inc., trading as Beer Bath 1213 Liberty Road, Unit B4, Building 2, Eldersburg, Maryland 21784, in Election District 5.
I second that motion.
Motion's been probably made in second that this board approve an application for a Class D beer and wine license to be issued to Gregory Baran and Hector E. Carta for the use of Beer Bath, Inc., trading as Beer Bath, blah, blah, blah.
Do you want to add to that motion that off sales
Thank you, Ms. Vance. I was going to ask that as well.
allowed, off-premise sales?
You think we should?
I think you should.
Okay.
Yeah, we can.
Gentlemen, will you accept that as part of the
I'll
motion
accept it.
without going through all the
I will second-
Robert's rules
I will
of
second that
stuff?
amendment.
And with one other stipulation, all applications and all permits have to be fulfilled and approved.
Correct.
Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no, so ordered. Congratulations, thank you very much. One one comment. Perhaps you could, for our own information, or whoever this board might be, can we hear from you about a year from now and just bring us up to date how things went? And
Yes.
if you would change anything at that time as far as operation go, and what pitfalls you may have faced and how you accomplished them and so forth, just for
Yeah, of course.
our information and education.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay? With that, thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Now, you two ladies, I was gonna ask a question when you testified, but I'm not gonna do it. Because Commissioner Wance is back there, and he'll make fun of me if I do, so.
All right, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Here's your blue book.
Is that
In
one,
a mad dash again.
that one lady must be his wife, maybe? That guy's familiar to me from somewhere, and I don't know where.
I think you never made a mad dash.
He's familiar for me from somewhere, and I don't know where. I think the guy I don't know.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
No, not the Lay's Pizza.
Yeah.
No, that's not him.
He was also in real estate. He still
Yeah,
did.
no, that's, I don't think that's him.
And I thought he like worked for Home Depot for a while.
Yeah, I don't know.
He kind of like sounded like the same
Now,
background.
my question, I don't, she didn't have nothing to do with it. When you look through that application, he had a DUI.
Yeah.
When your record is expunged, okay? But it should have cleared, in my, from
we
what
taking a
I
break?
used to know, our record should have cleared, should have
No,
cleared.
we scheduled
You can have all.
No, but
Yes, to
you
apply
guys
for
are
it, to
talking
expunge
and
it.
it's on the tape.
He never did.
How about right there?
Well,
No, how about right here?
to get it, he said it was dismissed.
Wait a minute, hold it. We're on the record. Are we taking a recess or something?
No, we're still going. We're gonna shut up.
Okay.
I was asking a question, legal question that had nothing, well, it did was the case, but nothing to do with the decision of the case.
They get their license for that.
The previous people?
Yeah.
Okay, at this time, I would ask Mr. Dixon to call our next case 6422, please.
All right, case 6422, an application for the change of resident licensee from Glenn Salisbury III to Kenneth Laurie for a Class BC beer, wine, and liquor license with catering to be issued to Kenneth Laurie for the use of Bud's Bar and Grill, Inc., trading as Bud's at Silver Run, 4115 Littlestown Pike, Westminster, Maryland, 21158 in Election District 3. And to file this matter, we have the following documents. Notice of public hearing, October 28th, 2022. Notice of public hearing, October 21st, 2022. An October 11th, 2022 letter from Joe Vance to Ken Laurie. An October 7th, 2022 letter from Charles O. Fisher Jr. to the board. And then there's an application, and the application includes character references, MVA records, criminal background information, a deed, and financial information. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
Thank you.
We'll accept that in evidence. This time, all those who intend to testify, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You may be seated. Mr. Fisher, you may proceed, please, sir.
Good afternoon. Understand that we are the last order of business on your docket today. And I was here for the last part of the last hearing, and I can tell you that we are not going to ask for anything controversial. This is a very, very straightforward application. Bud's Bar and Grill, which is the trade name, Bud's Bar and Grill, Inc. is the corporate owner of the premises where this existing license is located, and is also the company that operates the business. And as you probably know, there was a prior hearing in this case in December of 2007. It was case 5371. And in that case, a license was issued, and Glenn Salisbury, who was a 50% owner of the corporation of Bud's Bar and Grill, Inc., was the resident licensee. And he has passed away, and that is why we're here. And I would supplement the application that has been filed in this case. One of the items in the file was a page 11 of your application was a signature by the personal representative of the estate of Mr. Salisbury, indicating that that she, the personal representative and wife of Mr. Salisbury, consents to the issuance of the license. She, in effect, is the legal title holder to the 50% interest in the property. And the item that I submitted did not have her signature on it. I now have her signature, and I'd like to submit that to complete the application.
Okay.
I think I would like to call Ken Lurie as a witness. Stand.
Gentlemen?
Actually, it's better if you sit,
Okay,
because the mics will pick you up better.
whatever you tell me, Joe.
I was getting him ready to swear, but that's fine.
Oh. But he's already been sworn in.
You're right. Could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Kenneth Lurie, 3922 Arters Mill Road, Westminster, Maryland, 21158.
How do you spell your last name?
Lurie.
Mr. Lurie, you are a 50% owner of the corporation of Bud's Bar and Grill, Inc., is that correct?
Yes,
And that is the corporation which operates the existing business at 4115 Littlestown Pike, is that correct?
correct.
And you have been the manager of that business since it opened, is that correct?
Correct.
And you have been basically responsible for its operation during that entire period of time?
Yes, sir.
And you are also the one who, on a day-to-day basis, has been responsible for complying with the rules and regulations that relate to alcoholic beverages at the premises, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. You submitted, let's strike that. You are the president of Bud's Bar and Grill, Inc., is that correct?
Yes.
And at this time, the secretary treasurer is Heather Salisbury, is that correct?
Yes.
And Heather Salisbury is the widow of Glenn Salisbury and is the personal representative of his estate, is that correct?
Yes.
At the time that the license was issued for the premises was not owned by Bud's Bar and Grill, is that correct? It was under a lease from
Yes.
another company that owned the property. And after the issuance of the license, Bud's Bar and Grill, of which you are one of the owners, actually acquired the property, is that
Yes.
correct? And I would like to just point out to the board that the deed by which Bud's Bar and Grill acquired the underlying property is an exhibit or is an attachment to the application that we filed. You have seen the application that has been filed in this case on your behalf, is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, you substantially filled it out. And is the information that is in there true and correct?
Yes.
Do you consent to act as the licensee for this business on behalf of the corporation?
Yes.
The question of ultimately who is going to be the owner of the corporation in light of the death of Mr. Salisbury is to be determined in the future, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry to shuffle through my own papers, but I would like to submit a copy of the docket sheet of the Register of Wills of Carroll County indicating that Heather Lynn Salisbury is the personal representative of her husband's estate and that he died on January 19th of 2022. All right, I don't think I have any questions, any further questions of my client at this time.
Gentlemen, any questions of Mr. Laurie?
Just a quick one, Mr. Laurie. The, so Bud's Bar and Grill, Inc., the owner of the property,
Correct.
building, and the license is for the use of Bud's Bar and Grill, Inc., and its ownership is 50/50, and 50% belongs to the decedent. So is that 50% a probate asset? Is that part of the estate right now, or was there other arrangements made?
I can answer that.
Okay.
Sit down. So you can microphone.
Bad habit. We are not involved directly in the handling of that estate, and I have not conducted an entire inventory of what has been filed in that estate, but it is appropriate, yes, that half would be in the estate.
Okay.
And as we move forward, I would expect that Mr. Lurie would probably acquire that, but we have not entered into any negotiations about that. At this time, the estate is still in the process of being administered.
Right, okay. I just want to make sure there wasn't some type of agreement where in case one of the parties passes away, there's
No.
a transfer. It's a probate asset, probably.
That's correct. There's no buy-sell agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
No, I have none.
If not, Mr. Fisher?
All right, I would call Bill Girini. Girini, could you come up, please? Yes, sir. Could you state your name and address for the record, please?
William Constantine Girini, 913 Old New Windsor Pike, Westminster, Maryland, 21157.
Mr. Girini, you know Mr. Lurie, is that correct?
I do. I've known him for 3 to 5 years.
And how do you know him? What's the circumstances?
My wife and I have expressed a favorite of going to his establishment for dinner. We became good friends over the years. He runs a fine establishment, and we've enjoyed outside of the bar as well, as far as the dining there. We've played golf together, Brooke and Ken and myself and my wife.
Do you believe that he's a fit and proper person to hold the license that he has applied for?
Absolutely. I think that, actually, not that I think, I know. My experience with Ken, his responsibility of running his restaurant and the bar, and the responsibility of said license, I believe that he would be able to continue that opportunity and privilege, and for himself and the county, do a very good job.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
No questions.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Alexander Clark. Could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Alexandra Clark, 1836 Old New Windsor Pike, New Windsor, Maryland, 21776.
And I take it that you know Mr. Lurie, and how do you know him?
I've known Ken since 1993 when we were both working in Ellicott City, and we've been friends ever since then. Since he started operating his restaurant in Carroll County, my family and I have frequented his restaurant. He also has employed 2 of my children at his restaurant as a dishwasher and a busser. And Ken, I consider Ken a very good friend of mine, and also his wife, Brooke, to be a good friend of our families.
And do you believe that he is a fit and proper person to hold the license that he has applied for?
Absolutely. His restaurant is a great asset to this county, and he is a great businessman who operates a fine establishment and who
does outreach in the community and supports the community and charitable organizations. Both he and Brooke do that, and I think that he's an outstanding person to hold a liquor license.
Are there any questions?
Any questions?
No.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Paul Murphy? Mr. Murphy, would you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, it's Paul Murphy, 4707 Old Hanover Road, Westminster, Maryland, 21158.
And how do you know Ken Lurie?
Never met him before.
You can
No.
step down.
No, I met Ken. My son used to be a cook at the old establishment. And when Ken took it over, my son came to me and said, "Hey, this building needs a lot of work." And I just retired from Verizon in 2008. So I said, yeah, I can only play so much golf, so I think I'll come down and help him out. So I started helping him out, repairing this, replacing that. Never got paid for anything. I was supposed to, but never got, no, I'm only kidding. And so I just stayed there. Then I did maintenance work, and he even sent me to RAS to get training. I said, wait a minute, I'm the maintenance man. He says, yeah, but you might have to tend bar around here too. I said, okay. So I took that training, and Ken and I have been best friends ever since. It's been about 14 and a half years. And he's one of the most honest people I know, except when you're playing golf. He's not that honest when you play golf, but he's an honest guy.
So I take it that you believe that he's a fit and proper person to hold the license that
Absolutely.
he's applied for?
Hands down, he's a fantastic guy.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
No, I have none.
All right. Commissioner Lance?
Not used to being out here. Guess I'll have to get used to it soon.
Could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Stephen Wance, 2755 Halter Road, Westminster, Maryland, 21158.
And how do you know Ken Lurie?
I've known Ken for about, well, it's coming up on 15 years now. And big asset to the community. Met him as a result of he taking over the establishment up there. In my business, it's good to have an establishment like that because every now and then I need a glass of unsweet tea. I got to know Ken at that establishment and have known him ever since. A little bit of bonus points here. I also performed his wedding ceremony.
All right.
And they're still together, so that's a plus.
I take it that you believe that he's a fit and proper person to hold the license that he's applied for?
Absolutely. Great businessman, pays a tremendous amount of detail to attention up there. He's there watching all the time. And I'm going to take off the Steve Wance hat and put on the commissioner hat and say, if Carroll County had 24 more buds at Silver Run in this county, we'd be better off. He's not only takes care of the community, but the outreach as a result of the product that he puts out up there brings people in from all over, and you all know what that means. When people come to Bud's, they go by gas stations, etc. So a tremendous asset to not only the community, but to this county and certainly to the region. So no question in my mind that Ken needs to get into this position and move forward.
Does anyone have the nerve to ask him any questions?
Oh, come on.
No.
Come on.
No. I could ask numerous questions, Mr. Fisher.
Yeah, but I can ask them back, Mr. Brawning,
But the only thing I'm going to say is on behalf of the board up here and the staff to Mr. Wance is congratulate him on 8 years of community service to the county and the state. And we wish him well and thank him very much for all his support and enthusiasm for Carroll County. So
Thank you, Dave. I appreciate that. And right back at you. You know, it's tough to find folks for these boards and commissions, and you all stepped up to serve, and we truly appreciate that. So this county is only as good as those folks that do things like you do, whether it's planning and zoning or zoning appeals or the licensing commissioning. You're why Carroll County is the best county in the state. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And a huge shout out to staff too. We got the best staff anywhere.
Here, here.
We agree.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you
do.
very much.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Good
Yep,
luck.
you're welcome.
I have nothing further to say at this point.
Inspector Benford, you have any comments? Make them short if you do.
It's every time I go in there, Ken's there, unless it's during the morning time. He's usually golfing in the morning. I think he'd be a fit and proper person to have a liquor license.
I assume South Hills or somewhere's close?
I've been playing Flatbush lately.
Flatbush? If there are no other questions, testimony and evidence is now closed, and if there are any summary remarks or closing remarks, Mr. Fisher?
I have no remarks.
None.
With that, gentlemen, you've heard the testimony and the evidence as presented here. Now we will deliberate on the validity and merits of the requested transfer and licensee.
Well, Commissioner Barnhart, I'd like to give you my opinion on it, and I would say if you would to look up fit and proper in a dictionary, you would have Mr. Laurie's picture right there.
Thank you, sir.
Because he is of fit and proper, highly qualified. The restaurant is a great asset to the community, the best food around, especially the soup. I do attribute that to your wife. So I would like to request that we approve it.
Mr. Harmoning, I embrace your remarks. It's funny, today has been a day where we have seen some pretty impressive character witnesses, and this last hearing, very impressive people came up on your behalf, people who their word means a lot to us and to everybody in the communities. So clearly, you're fit and proper. And you have clearly have the experience to carry on the great tradition that you've established over these years at Bud's of Silver Run. So without any further ado, I would offer to make a motion in this case, Mr. Chairman.
One quick question. There's one lady here that hasn't testified.
I'm just the wife.
Well, I assumed that, but I didn't. Now's your chance if you want to say anything bad.
No, she says it no matter
Can't be any questions.
Absolutely nothing bad to say about my husband today.
There you are. There's the soup maker. Did you
Yes.
mention? Okay.
Oh, I know.
Congratulations. Okay, Commissioner Barnhart.
Mr. Chairman, in case 6422, which is an application for the change of resident licensee from Blinn Salisbury III to Kenneth Lurie for a Class BC beer, wine, and liquor license with catering, I would move that application be granted.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second that.
Motion been properly made and seconded, an application for the change of resident licensee from Blinn Salisbury III to Kenneth Lurie for a Class BC beer, wine, liquor license with catering to be issued to Kenneth Lurie for the use of Bud's Bar and Grill, Inc., trading as Bud's at Silver Run, be approved. Any further discussion on the motion?
No, sir.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no, so ordered. Congratulations, Mr. Lurie. Continued success and good luck.
Thank you, gentlemen, ladies.
Mr. Fisher.
Thank you guys very much.
Now, there's just one question I have. That gentleman made a comment about Mr. Lurie, about you playing golf, but I didn't catch all of what he said. He indicated something about,
I taught him how to play golf.
well, you told him how to play.
I taught him how to play golf.
Oh, okay.
I wanna tell
All
you,
right.
We'll go out there and play golf. And you know how most people take a mulligan or something like that?
Yeah.
Not him.
Not him?
He hits the ball, that's where it goes. He plays from there.
Good.
He don't even cheat at golf.
Oh.
He does cheat at dominoes.
Oh, is that right? Nobody said that. All right, thank you very much, and congratulations and best wishes. According to our agenda, this completes our meeting for this month. If there are no other business to be brought before this commission, we stand adjourned until December the 14th. Thank you all very